fighting freak knuckles, and we're at Pumpkin Hill. You ready? I ain't gon' let it get to me. I'm just gon' creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkin in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back them up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gon' creep down Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. Just gon' creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back them up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gon' creep down Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. Spooky up in here, it's crazy in here. We still gon' keep it going, I'm Knuckles. Nobody scares me. Whoever wanted, bring it. I don't care, we can do this.
Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day.
Good evening, boys, girls, and NBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations. Welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. I'm your boy, Alec Gunter. That's me. In the flesh, here, in your room, in your walls, watching you, observing your movements, observing your patterns, taking it all in, remembering, scoping out, waiting for the right time. Don't think about it. Don't think about it too hard. Oh yeah, I don't think I announced on my server yet that I'm live. Maybe I should do that. Normally I'd be at work today, but some things got switched around. So now I am, so today I did my clinical, my second last clinical. My last one's tomorrow. And then I have work Wednesday and Thursday, and then I'm off Friday, and then I work again Saturday. So, not that I'm not working right now. I mean, this is a very grueling job, as you can tell. Are you inspecting my rooster? Disgusting. No. I'm being creepy in other ways. Shut up. So what we will be doing, first and foremost, we are going to be recording something. It's actually, does Cirrus want people to know? Let me ask real quick. Okay, before I tell you anything, I have to get confirmation that I'm allowed to speak about it. It's an exciting project, though. So, my plan was to record for that, but I just realized, oh, I should probably check and make sure that this person does not want me to reveal things. Otherwise, I will have to, I'll have to work around it somehow. I think it'll be fine. I mean, I did mention that, like, I'm going live. Oh yeah, you guys aren't on the screen. Sorry. There you are. Excuse me. I don't think that he'll have a problem with it. Applying to this, I am live right now. Okay. Cirrus, I'm leaking DMs. You heard it here. Neko Cirrus is canceled. No, Cirrus said that it's fine. So what we're doing is, here, I'll literature exam. Good job. I got a 69 on my, on my predictor exam. Nice. It's not, so to pass the final, the NCLEX exam, in order to pass it, you have to, get a 350 out of 500, I think. That's what I 70%. So I'm like 1 percentage point below what I needed to pass. Which is pretty good. You know, like I'm not at the end of my sessions yet. So like, it's pretty good. I just need to study a little bit to make sure that like, what I really need to study is pharmacology. I'm really bad at that. Anyway, the project. Considering the name you said, he'll probably be chill about it. Oh yeah, he's chill. Okay, so what we're doing... Okay, so we got this video. This guy's covered me before.
Your trans identity is invalid.
This guy actually has a video on me. His name is King Critical. So what we're doing... is we are each taking a section to go over. He sectioned it out very nicely just for us, just for this project. And so I'm taking reason 2, and I'm going to be replying to him with my reasoning for why his reasoning is bullshit. And so I'm going to be watching this. I'll watch it fully, and then I'll go back to this camera, and then I'll record. And if you want to be in the video, I guess you can always like come to the site and type. It's going to be a big project. The people involved. Surus is taking section 1 and 10. Surus wanted 2 because he's a greedy little boy. Okay? Alec Gunter takes section 2. That's me. You may have heard of him. 3, Lucy Hayes. Bit of a smaller creator, but she reached out to me today and wanted to be on a debate panel, which we had already filled slots for. So, not the one tonight. The one tonight's different. I'll tell you guys about the debate panel coming up, but Lucy Hayes is going to be number 3. Number 4, Actual Jake, may have heard of him. Number 5, Dead Domain, may have heard of them. Vice Rhino, number 6. Nyara, number 7. Luxander, number 8. Ria Rosella, number 9, which I've never heard of her. And then, like I said, number 10 is Surus again. Did my mouse just crap out? Don't do this. Don't you fucking do this. Okay. Oh man. Usually when it does it once, it just keeps doing it. I might have to switch mice. Alec Gunter? No, I never heard of him. Lux? I love Lux. Luxander's great. I remember when King Critical got caught out by President Sunday for not actually reading Judith Butler like a month ago. That's really funny. Rhino got let in. The Rhino was unleashed. And I said, also, hi Rhino, I enjoy your appearances on... Well, that's how Surus described it to me. He said he does pretty much all the heavy lifting. And then he said, okay, he can pick the news articles this week and read them to me. I could use some time off. And Sarah said, I'm pretty sure I didn't say that, but at this point, why not? And then Vice Rhino in classic fashion said, fashion. I can hear him say it, because he used a lot of U's, and he's like, fuck your face. Gunter, I hardly even know her. That's a pretty good one. Better than Smart Alec. Recently, somebody on the TikTok lives called me a Smart Alec. And I'm like, yeah, well, you know. It's an old one, but it's a good one. Minutes. Okay, I'm gonna keep mine to like... I'm gonna try to keep mine to 3 minutes or less. In my opinion, I think that's the best way to go. Alright. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna start recording yet because all he wants is me talking. And then his editor will do the rest. Somebody gave me money.
ICE literally tear-gassed a preschool recently. Just saying.
That's pretty cool. Thank you very much for 100 biddies. James with a Z. My beloved moderator on Twitch. I'm very glad that you ended up becoming a Twitch mod because I needed one of those. I know that we don't have a whole lot of people coming in, but we have 4, which is, you know, double what we usually get. It's double what we usually get. So we're back down to 1. Never mind. We are now at 50% of what we usually get. Oh, no. My Twitch. No, it was doing so well, guys. I should not have fucking taken a break. I really shouldn't have. Alas. Alas. We'll get back. Okay. So, I could, I guess, do my own react to this whole thing, but it is kind of lengthy, so I'm glad that, like, Surus is doing what he's doing with it and put this together. So I'll be reacting to this real quick. If you want to join the Discord server, type !Discord in any chat. It should work in any chat. And you can join the Platinum Politics Discord server, and then I will be starting the panel there. So just hang around for a little bit in that server, and when I start the panel, I will make an announcement in the announcements tab with the Gunter Pings label, the Gunter Pings @ If you're not a big Discord user, that may have all sounded like mumbo jumbo, but, you know, point is, learn to use Discord if you want to debate me, okay? Seriously. All right. My first time catching a stream? Excellent. You're the second one that said that today. That's awesome. All right, let's watch this real quick.
Reason 2. Trans identity isn't valid because it leads
Oh, by the way, I saw some of this already. It's really stupid.
to an unclear system of categorizations. As already said, in the case of technical scientific terms, sometimes new meanings for words can be imposed without them changing organically in society. Take, for example, Pluto being reclassified as no longer a planet, or birds being reclassified as dinosaurs. The reason for this is that if we pretend that things are more or less alike than they actually are, we'll keep having to use increasingly more complicated language to account for all the exceptions of how these things are being miscategorized. This then makes describing the world increasingly complicated as it becomes fraught with these exceptions that make these categorizations functionally useless. As Pluto's size was realized to be much smaller than we initially thought, it made a lot more sense to categorize it like the smaller astrological bodies it's in fact similar to, rather than the planets, the smallest of which is still much.
I just want to say real quick, really pissed off about that one still, because I learned the Blues Clues song when I was growing up. Anybody else a Blues Clues head? I'm a big Blues Clues guy, Steve, and he did, and he's the sole reason I would grow up and learn that other people did not know the order of the planets, and I'm like, how the fuck do you not know the order of the planets? That's like kindergarten shit. The sun's a hot star, and Mercury's hot too. Venus is the brightest planet, and Earth's home to me anew. Mars is the red one, and Jupiter is most wide. Saturn's got those icy rings, and Neptune's. Sorry, I got it wrong. Uranus spins on its side. Neptune's really windy, and Pluto's really small. Well, you wanted to name the planets, and now we've named them all. And they got rid of my boy Pluto. Disgusting.
Bigger than it. Similarly,
anyway, this is really
conversely,
stupid.
When we realized how many dinosaurs had feathers and
isn't Pluto the largest dwarf planet? Still a dwarf planet.
Bird-like anatomy, we realized it doesn't make sense to categorize.
Also, I'm betting you could have condensed like this whole section down to just like 30 seconds, by the way. I'm betting that's like the majority of this video, and most of it is just fucking fluff. You're giving me a second example of what you mean.
Categorizations becomes unclear when you're constantly having to work around the fact that two things you've categorized together are not actually alike. The problem with trans-identity females,
what's the social use of it?
It draws a massive distinction between so-called cis-identified.
Okay, this is my Lucari moment. If you guys want to know what I do in my free time, okay, so here are the points I want to make. One, this point, let me re-chat for a minute. Let me relax my brain for a sec. Pluto and its moon, Charon, both revolve around a shared center of gravity because they are so comparable in size. It's very sweet when you talk about them like their Greek counterparts. That's pretty cool. There's definitely other dwarf planets in the solar system as a whole. I don't know if it's really confirmed. It's a useless definition.
Females. And then it draws a massive distinction between so-called cis-identifying non-conforming males.
Because the point that we can make here, right, is how do you categorize who's a woman? Is it by body parts, chromosomes, estrogen levels? Here, I'll say hormone levels. Hormone, who's a man, and who's a woman. Once you start to really look into who we consider a man, how we distinguish these categories, it becomes a lot messier than at first glance. This is just a draft, by the way. I'm not gonna like... I just want to make sure that I get all my points down. Yeah, good point.
And trans-identifying males, even though those two groups are functionally identical. You may not be able to tell the cis-identifying
Another point I want to make. Here, hold on.
non-conforming male.
Hold on. Trans is just an adjective that we place in front of the word. It's just an adjective that we place. Adjective describing a type of person, i.e., someone who identifies as a gender different from that they were assigned at birth. The categorization really isn't that complex. It is. There are cis women, trans women, cis men, trans men, and non-binary people. Branch off into all kinds of other maybe not that, who branch off, who may branch off into a more obscure category. Here, no. I have a better way to describe it. Who don't identify strictly with either label. There are variations within this group, as there are in any group. But there is one thing they all have in common. Self-identifying as their preferred gender. Gender category. Tall women and short women, big booby and little booby and no booby women, black and white women, trans and cis women, but they're all women all the same. I remember when some guy said that. Something's wrong with the stream, it's like parts of it are missing. Is anybody else having that issue? Is that just on the site? Let me check the site. Trans and cis women. It seems to be working fine on my end. I see everything fine on Twitch. The YouTube has been bad. Twitch is fine. The YouTube's bad? See. It was breaking up every 3 minutes? Do I need to restart? Just buffering, it's on YouTube side? Oh, okay. Well, I am also streaming on Twitch. Should I change? Here, we'll change the main host on the website over to Twitch. And then if you want to switch over to Twitch or to the website, you can do that. This will be a good opportunity for us. Embed Alec Gunter. Okay, let's try that. Okay, let's try that. Okay, we'll just host on Twitch tonight. Go over to Twitch anyway. We need to start building the Twitch back up. Go follow me on Twitch and give me money on there, even though there's literally no benefit for doing so. It's the only platform that you give me money and there's no benefit for doing so. By which I mean if you will do a monetary sub on Twitch. Okay, I gotta finish this. We gotta get to the debate panel, so let me finish this. If a biological definition has so many exceptions, it's a useless definition. Okay, we will put this. There. At the end of the day, we'll add to this. At the end of the day, we distinguish males from females by the genitalia we observe at birth, and from that, we derive whether you are a man or a woman in adulthood. How was the thing? Okay, I want to put something before this as well. Hey, Bubba.
Males and
Go to Milo.
It's the baby.
Milo, what do you have to say?
Who say? Yeah, who's a good boy? Yeah.
Your camera feels a lot smoother on Twitch now? Cool. Well, YouTube's fucking up for some reason. But I'm being told that it's on YouTube's side.
Okay.
For my software. Thank you for your sniffs of wisdom, Milo. Did you hear that, Katie? Somebody said, thank you for your sniffs of wisdom, Milo. Milo is actually AI? Shh. Don't you ever accuse him of that. He didn't do nothing to you.
trans-identifying males.
Okay, hold on. I gotta go back a little bit.
Those two groups are functionally two groups that are not.
Okay, so what points has he made? Let's type down real quick what points he's made. Let me start over.
Reason 2. Trans identity isn't valid because it leads to an unclear system of categorizations. As already said, in the case of technical scientific terms, sometimes new meanings for words can be imposed without them changing organically in society. Take, for example, Pluto being reclassified as no longer a planet, or birds being reclassified as dinosaurs.
So wait, he doesn't actually give a fucking definition. We can assume what it is. Assuming definition of woman, of man is adult human male, and definition of woman is adult human female. How then do we define who's male and who's female? And then we can lead into this. Is it by body parts, chromosomes, hormone levels? Once you start to really look at how we distinguish these categories, it becomes a lot messier than at first glance. At the end of the day, we distinguish males from females by the
Wealth, fame, power.
here, societally speaking. Thank you for becoming a member, Lamia666. Appreciate you. Welcome to Tier 1. Enjoy the early access videos. You can find them on the community tabs page now, or in my Discord server. Excuse me. I'm going to get rid of this line. No, because he says this directly, right?
Non-conforming makes sense. We pretend.
Okay, let's just go through
Reason
one more
2,
time.
Trans identity isn't valid because it leads to an unclear system of categorization.
We'll finish this up quick.
As already said,
and then get to the debate
in the case
panel.
of technical scientific terms, sometimes new meanings for words can be imposed without them changing organically in society. Take, for example, Pluto being reclassified as no longer a planet, or birds being reclassified as dinosaurs.
And then he talks about birds.
The two things you've categorized together are not actually alike. The problem with trans identity is than dinosaurs. A system of categorizations becomes unclear when you're constantly having to work around the fact that two things you've categorized together are
Okay. A system of categorization becomes unclear when you constantly have to work around the fact that two things you've categorized together are nothing alike. Okay, but this is kind of the point of gender abolition, right? Like, you can be a woman and just look and act and talk and breathe and fuck like a man. That's possible. You can look like exactly like me and still technically be a woman just from self-identification. Okay? And that's why I don't even think it's useful to have these constructs in society. You can have facial hair, and you can even have some people would argue that, like, even if you have a penis, you'd be biologically a female. Been known to happen. That's why gender is like not a good categorization method, in my opinion. It just categorizes like generally masculine traits from generally feminine.
Are not actually alike. The problem with trans identity is that it groups together under the incredibly analytically and sociologically useful label.
He has to then argue why cis women and trans women are not alike.
Of women, two groups that are not at all alike.
Okay, he says sociologically useful label of women. Long time no see. Hello, Caesar Neptune Studios. Welcome in.
Biological males and biological females. And then it draws a massive...
Are they nothing alike? Yes, they are. They are even derived from the same body parts.
Distinction between so-called cis-identifying non-conforming males and trans...
No. Cis men. Cis men.
Cis-identifying non-conforming males and trans-identifying males, even though
Oh, he's talking about trans women. Or no. He's talking no. Yeah, he's talking about cis men versus trans women. It's just cis. Hold on. You are referring to cis men and trans women. You are only categorizing these people by their sexual anatomy, which, frankly, in a societal sense, You are only categorizing these people by their sexual anatomy, which does not come up in any societal sense other than sexual. Well, other than medical and sexual. In day-to-day life, in most contexts, and in the overwhelming majority of senses, most trans women, no, trans women fit into the same category as cis women. Okay, I think we have enough here, but let me keep going.
Those two groups are functionally identical. You may not be able to tell the
Why do you have a note called I'm cringe and stupid? That's a good question. What do I have on this note? It literally just says I'm cringe and stupid. It's another Lucari moment. I don't know why I have a note that says I'm cringe and stupid. I don't remember writing this. I think this might be a message to me from me. Just to make sure that I never forget that I'm cringe and stupid. We're not going to save that one, I don't think. Cringe is the closest you can be to having a personality. It's like the opposite of joining a frat house. I'll take your word for it. I never joined a frat house, so I wouldn't know.
the difference at all between whether you're talking to a cis cross-dressing man and a so-called trans woman. And yet, in trans identity, this is equivalent to the broader distinction between men and women.
I've mistaken cis cross-dressing men for women.
By accepting a definition that has nothing to do with biological or even sociological reality, you have accepted a definition
not even
that is
sociological
completely
reality.
meaningless. As such, any attempt to use this word under this definition will be so fraught with exceptions, it will be unclear.
Most people who use the word woman do not know what they mean when they use the word woman. They are... Sorry, this bothers me. I like this better. They are referring to a vibe that someone gives off through which they assume the person's preferred gender identity. And if they're wrong, all the person needs to do is correct them. Here, hold on. And if they're wrong, they will be corrected. And all will be fine. Unless you're like King Critical and want to ask about their sexual anatomy. Hormones. Here, we'll just say sexual anatomy. There we go. Okay, let's see what we got.
And as such, useless as a word. Reason.
Okay. Assuming the definition of man is adult human male and definition of women is adult human female, how then do we define who's male and who's female? Is it by body parts, chromosomes, hormone levels? Once you start to really look into how we distinguish these categories, it becomes a lot messier than at first glance. Societally speaking, we distinguish males from females by the genitalia we observe at birth, and from that we derive whether you are a man or a woman in adulthood. If a biological definition has so many exceptions, it's a useless definition. Hold on. Hold on. We were going to get rid of this sentence. In King Critical's words, he did say this directly, right?
Cool alike. The problem with trans identity is that it groups together under acts. A system of categorizations becomes unclear when you're constantly having to work around the fact that two things you've categorized together are not actually alike.
Okay. In King Critical's words, a system of categorization becomes unclear when you constantly have to work around the fact that two things you've categorized together are not actually alike. Fuck is a woman? I don't know. Many people are asking this. I don't think having exceptions makes categories useless, but it makes absolutism much harder to defend. You still need to have a reason for why they are the thing that you say they are. Okay? So like think of a definition when I say the category blue. Think of an exception for that. Like something that is not that fits the category of blue that does not have the color blue on it. Green. I don't think that you can give me a good one. Or here's a good one. Cats. Blue cats. They're not actually blue. They're gray. They're a very pretty gray. They might have like a tint in some light that makes them look blue, but ultimately they're gray, right? So why do we call them blue? Well, they have a prettier gray than like if you were to look at that color on any other like on a white sheet, you would not call it blue, you'd call it gray. There are cultures that don't distinguish between green and blue. I guess that's true, which is crazy to me, by the way. I don't know. In King Critical's words, a system of categorization becomes unclear when you constantly have to work around the fact that that two things you've categorized together are not actually alike. So I ask, is an infertile woman still female? How about one born with vaginoagenesis or Swyer syndrome? If so, what makes these people women in King Critical's worldview? I guess we can't say, since he never actually defines his terms in this video. Okay. Trans is just an adjective describing a type of person, i.e. someone who identifies as a gender different from that which they were assigned at birth. The categorization really isn't that complex. There are cis women, cis men, trans men, and non-binary people who don't identify strictly with either label. There are variations within this group as there are in any group, but there is one thing they all have in common: self-identifying as their preferred gender category. Cis-identifying, non-conforming male versus trans-identifying males. You are referring to cis men and trans women. You are only categorizing people by their sexual anatomy, which does not come up in any societal sense other than medical and sexual. In day-to-day life, in most contexts, and in the overwhelming majority of senses, trans women fit into the same categories as cis women. Okay, I think we're good. I think this is good. We're going to record this, and then we're going to get going with the debate panel. We got to get going. I've held people waiting long enough. Okay, we should still be live. Hold on. Okay, I think we're good. We should still be live. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. Okay, sorry about that. I'm good at my job. Okay, we're good on Twitch. Good. Okay, let me record this real quick. No, that was my fault. I hit stop stream instead of record. So assuming the definition of man is adult human male and definition of women is adult... Sorry, let me start over. So assuming the definition that King Critical is going with is adult human male for man and adult human female for woman, how do we define who's male and who's female? Is it by body parts, chromosomes, hormone levels? Once you start to really look into how we distinguish these categories, it becomes a lot messier at first glance. Like, societally speaking, we distinguish males from females by the genitalia we observe at birth. And from that, we derive whether you're a man or a woman in adulthood. And frankly, like, I just don't think that that's that useful in most contexts. Like, we look at other people and call them a man or a woman based entirely upon what we think is in their pants. Not only is that not that useful, I just find it kind of creepy. I don't know. Maybe King Critical doesn't, though. I don't know. In his words, a system of categorization becomes unclear when you constantly have to work around the fact that two things you've categorized together are not actually alike. So I'd like to ask, is an infertile woman still female? How about one born with how about one born with vaginoagenesis or Swyer syndrome? If so, then what makes these people women in King Critical's worldview? I guess we can't say since he never actually defines his terms in this video. Trans is just another adjective, okay? It's an adjective describing a type of person, i.e. someone who identifies as a gender different from that which they were assigned at birth. It's pretty simple. The categorization really isn't complex. There's cis women, trans women, cis men, trans men, and non-binary people. And sometimes with non-binary identities, you can branch off into some other categorizations, but it's a nice, orderly construct, social construct, if you will, that we formed here. There are variations within this group, and as there are in any group, but there is one thing they all have in common, right, within each group, and that is self-identifying with that group. What do I have in common with all men? It's that we all identify as men. What does a trans woman have in common with all women? It's that she identifies as a woman. Same with non-binary people. Okay, it is actually the most useful and consistent definition, categorization technique that we have, if you think about it. You know, it just makes sense. What do we got next? So at some point in the video, he says cis-identifying non-conforming males versus trans-identifying males. What he's referring to here is cis men and trans women. He's categorizing people by their sexual anatomy, which does not come up in any societal sense other than medical and sexual, and like the dating market, and that's it. In day-to-day life, in most contexts, and in the overwhelming majority of senses, trans women fit into the same categories as cis women. Most people who use the word woman don't even know what they mean when they say the word woman. They're referring to a vibe that someone gives off, through which they assume the person's preferred gender identity. And if they're wrong, they will be corrected and all will be fine. Unless you're like King Critical and want to ask about their sexual anatomy. Then you might have a problem. Okay, I think that was pretty good. Let me get that uploaded and then we'll get started with the debate panel. How long was that? That felt pretty short, which is good. I want it to be short. Was going with is adult human male. For just over 3 minutes. Just over 3 minutes. Oh man, I X'd out my music. Hold. Okay. Let me get this set up. Text. Okay, type exclamation debate in any chat. Should take you to the Platinum Politics server. I love the SA2 soundtrack. Always gives me a comfortable nostalgia wave. I love this soundtrack. Okay, so the way that it will be working tonight, I'll explain it later as well, so if you miss any of these instructions, don't worry. The way that it will be working is if you are in the audience, in the Discord server, not in the stream, because I have a bias here, in the Discord server. If you are in the audience in the Discord server, you will be allowed to hop into the panel at some point. Okay, I think I'll do 10-minute intervals, maybe 15-minute intervals. I think 15. We'll do 15-minute intervals, and I will have people in the audience. Actually, you know what? I'll just have the people in the audience, like, kind of decide on their own. We'll give people a minimum 15 minutes, and then I'll, like, type in, like, let me know if you want to drop somebody. Okay? And we'll drop... we'll start dropping people after 15 minutes and then pull new people up. And I'll reset the timer for the new people. So what that means is if you want to join in the debate, you got to be good at what you do. You got to be entertaining, or else you'll be dropped. Not including me, of course, because I'm special. And also, who would want to drop me? There we go. Okay, sorry. Announcements. Gunter pings. We'll call it the sudden death panel. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, hold on. Guys, here. No. I want to be... Did I just take off my camera? I'll just be a double. I'll just be a double. It's fine. You guys can... Okay. Okay. Welcome in, Chainsaw Chimera and Anarchitty. We're hopefully gonna have some more people come in. But this is very tilted. Hold on. There we go. I think that's a little better. Okay. Hopefully we'll have some more people coming in. I was wanting to do a pro versus anti-ice debate panel. And what I mean by sudden death is we're going to have 3v3 at once. And then at some point, I will ask the audience who they want to drop on each side. And then we'll pull up new people. So that way we can like keep this rotating. So maybe like depending on how many people we have, the more people we have, the shorter the segments will be that we do the dropouts. Which one is the real one? Which one do I shoot? Which one do I shoot? So that's how we'll do it. So if you want to come up and be... We have positions open for either pro-ice or anti-ice. And I guess it's a little bit tilted because I'm pro-ice and I will not be dropped. So people can't vote to drop me. But, you know, that's just how it goes. It's my panel. I get to decide. I'm mostly just doing this for practice because we have a... we have a legit debate panel coming up. I'm hoping to get Andrew, the fuck's his name? Big Papa Fascist? Andrew Wilson. I'm hoping to get Andrew Wilson on. He did just accept my friend request and we're like chatting back and forth. So we'll see if he comes on. And then we'll also have critically thinking veteran, Dylan Burns, and a few others. It'll be really fun. You're pro-ice? That was an unfortunate misspeak. Oh, my bad. I meant anti-ice. I meant anti-ice! Anti-ice! I'm anti-ice! Shut up. Please pick one source of music. It was just playing before I... Like, it plays music when I open the fucking stage. Sorry. Not Big Papa Fascist? Indeed, Big Papa Fascist. It'll be fun. One second. Sorry. We're waiting for people to come in anyway, so... If you would like to come up and say your piece, go ahead and raise your hand now. I'll start pulling people up. I watched his debate with Mouthy Infidel like a week ago. He's a joke. That's funny. All right. Chainsaw Chimera, you're up.
I guess I could join in as someone on the anti-ice side.
Excellent. I
I've
figured
heard-
as much.
People talk, so I'm not confident in my skills, but I'm pretty sure I can like hit them at the pass, as it were.
No worries. We're not looking for anything crazy. We're just looking for people right now. We're looking for bodies to fill the spaces. I hope that makes you feel special.
Yeah, I totally get it.
Okay, so Anarchitty, can I make a guess and say you're anti-ice?
Yes, very much so.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. Okay, we need 3 pro-ice individuals. We need 3 pro-ice individuals. Can we get 3 pro-ice individuals? Or at least 1. I guess we could start with 1. And then as more people come in, we can just... So I'll have Chainsaw Chimera take the first one. And then I'll have Anarchitty take the next one if 2 people come in. And then if a 3rd person comes in, I'll jump into the picture. I think that'll work. And then once a 3rd person...
Sure.
Once a 3rd person who's anti-ice jumps in, or sorry, pro-ice jumps in, I'll start a... Well, we'll see how many people actually want to come up. If more people want to come up, then we need to start a timer. And the way that it'll work, I think I already explained it, but just in case, the way that it'll work is the people in that. Now, for people in my site chat or on YouTube or Twitch, if you want to have a say in who gets dropped, you got to go to the Discord server. You have to type !debate like it says in the corner. Go to the Discord server and make your side note, or say what you want to say there, and vote. Okay, that's what you got to do. I want to join later. Currently in a game. That's fine. Alec Assault. I'm gonna take that as a compliment. Thank you. Oh, Ice Crusher. Oh, I see. Okay, got it. I thought Alec was doing the whole debate for the side you don't agree with angle. No. I'm not doing that. Not in this environment. Okay, so JW, real quick, are you pro or anti-ice?
In general, I'm not anti-ice in concept, but I'm anti-ice as it is right now.
Okay.
Okay, but you are against abolishing ice.
I wouldn't say I'm for an immigration system existing. Like wouldn't be against replacing it with something else, but I'm not against it existing in concept.
What are
Okay,
your...
I think I understand what he's trying to say. Basically, the current version of ICE as it is right now is not something that he could stomach. He's fine with some sort of immigration enforcement, but just not the version of ICE that we got, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
That is correct, yeah.
So how do you feel about the current immigration situation in America?
Currently, the current immigration system is, I think it's critically underfunded. I think it is not... Okay. The current immigration system, I think it's a mess. It's underfunded. It's underdeveloped. And I think that it needs a proper immigration service. That's why I am strongly against what Trump is currently doing, because he's going after legal immigrants and people going through the system legally, and he has completely destroyed any trust like real good immigrants have in our system.
Okay, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get something that you disagree with us panelists on. So what do you think, let me just ask outright, what do you think you would disagree with us on?
Generally, I'm not anti-deportation as a concept. I'm against it. I'm not against the deportations, and I'm against them. There is no trial. I'm against the fact there's no trial. That they've kidnapped people, and I'm against how authoritarian it is. I'm not against I'm not against deportations, and illegal and having a limited immigration, like as a concept. I think there should be limited immigration, but it should be done legally and responsibly.
Okay, so then my question then would be, why would you want there to be limited immigration?
Limited immigration because I don't believe I'm not against immigration in concept. I believe that I'm against open borders. I think that the social safety net and the economy can only account for so many immigrants coming into any one given place at a time. So there needs to be a manageable trickle of people coming in. There can't be people coming and going as they please.
Wait, isn't the whole point of immigration allowing people to come and go as they please, so long as it's monitored and so long as people are being kept tabs of?
The
Like
point of
people emigrate, like back during the Obama administration, we had more people leaving the country than they were coming to it, because partly because of his immigration policy, but largely because again they just had the freedom to move about during the 2010 during the early 2010s, late 2000s.
Yeah.
Yeah, the issue I have with that, the issue I have of that is that we are not a growing. The reason that worked historically, the reason much less so now, leaving is a bit different than coming, but when it comes to coming in, when it comes to like specifically coming in, economically, we can.
Oh, okay.
You good?
Sorry, my bad.
Okay, you're
My
good.
internet cut out for a second there. But more to the point, economically, so let's say, for example,
I'll be right back.
in a limited area, there are in an area. Oh, I should have written this down. But okay, but okay. Sorry, I'm not the best at public speaking, but
No, it's chill.
No,
but my
understandable.
point, what I'm trying to get to, is in a
And so I'm gonna take this time to maybe steelman JW's argument. So essentially what I'm getting from your argument, JW, is that you're coming from a position of potential instability being a factor in why we should limit migration. Is that correct?
Okay. No. So sorry. I'm trying to talk correctly.
It's
I
all right.
have the idea in my head. I'm just trying to spit it out. I don't know why I can't. What I'm trying to say is
Sometimes what I
that
like to do is write it out and then try to refine the sentence.
yeah. What I'm trying to say is that I'm trying to say is for me first off, starting economically, because immigrants culture to culture, there can be cultural issues, but I don't think there is much a strong cultural issues of, like, say, Hispanics, because, well, they're culturally Christian, they are very culturally similar to us, much more than some would like to pretend otherwise. But my issue is more so that a lot of people from coming to these countries come from really bad economies. I'm not, because the common misconception that a lot of people have is that immigrants are like the racist stereotype of like the lazy Mexican. What's actually true is that on a lot of these economies, it's like their economies are terrible. They have a chance to work for themselves. So if you have a large influx of immigrants coming on at once, they not only does it depress wages, but it's a burden on the social safety net because these people these people have never been offered this before, and it takes time to fully integrate them to the system. Long term, immigration is a net gain, but in the short term, it's an economic drain. So there has to be a limited number of people coming in before you can. It has to be limited to offset the cost of that drain. Is what I'm trying to say.
So
Okay.
I'm a bit confused. Let me wedge in real quick. You just said that long-term immigration has its greater benefits, but short-term immigration has its flaws, right? And
Yeah, that's my point,
earlier you were saying that we basically need to monitor it, but it's kind of weird by that standard. Then that would mean that you would rather want an immigration policy that is looser than even the one that we have now. That way, we have this long-term immigration that would give us the benefits. But your
Yeah, I guess
argument
my
is saying otherwise.
Um,
I'm sorry, it's kind of contradictory to me.
okay. So not necessarily contradictory because like you don't know every single one of my policies. I'm not the best at communication. Well, I should have written this down before it came on,
Yeah,
but
that's what I said. You should have written it down while you were thinking about it and then refining it to a
but
more streamlined degree.
but what I think is that so let me lay out like this. So so long term, I agree, it's a benefit. Like for example, um, but the reason I think that you need deportations, the reason we need, because the short term benefits, is that I think that what's very important, what the core of what makes immigration, what America's always been good at, is assimilation. Immigrants have always assimilated to American culture broadly, and have always accepted American values sooner or later. Or at the and if they don't, their culture is already so similar that it can exist alongside. Like I'm not a ethnic nationalist. I'm a civic nationalist. Um, but however, the reason I think deportation is necessary, is because I believe that you need to teach the immigration community they need to follow American law, and I agree that the law as it is. My issue right now, the biggest issue we have right now when it comes to immigration is that the legal process is Byzantine, underfunded, and I think immigration. I think when I say I'm pro deportation, that goes in the caveat that comes with the caveat that the actual immigration services, like for example, take for example refugees. For example, they have to come across illegally. However, not all immigrants, not all illegals are, refugees. There needs to be, I think our court system is incredibly inefficient as to whereas it's next to a refugee, because the difference between a refugee and a non-refugee should be decided fairly easily and very quickly. However, in our current system, it's not. And that's what is creating this diffusion in our laws. And like I said, I'm against the current ICE as it currently is. But I think like the deportations and obviously
Wrap it up.
deport criminals and whatnot and discontents.
Okay, stop. Everybody stop. Everybody stop.
Hold on.
Okay. So, once again, I want
Absolutely.
to remind everybody the way that this is going to work is we are going to have a 3v3 debate panel, and it's sudden death, which means if we have enough people, we might not get enough people because, it's a sparsely populated crowd here, but go get your friends, idiots. But if we get enough people, what's going to happen is if more people request than we have, then if more than 6 people are requesting, we're going to start dropping people. So we're going to do that based on who the audience votes to drop. And so just keep that in mind as we go forward. So what we're debating right now, thank you for coming up, Goofball. Are you pro or I guess we're technically doing pro versus anti-ICE, but JW wanted to discuss like his views on, I assume his, sorry, I should say.
Immigration.
Yeah, on immigration,
just
yeah.
in general.
Yeah, okay. That's what I was confused about because I saw
Well, I
the
can be
title
pro.
of the
I'm
live.
anti-ICE as
and
it
Yeah, I was
exists. Like, I'm
kind
much
of
better
wondering.
anti-ICE right
Hold
now.
on.
Right,
hold on, hold
understood.
on.
I'm
We're
just
good.
like
Okay.
I'm not like I'm not
Goodness.
hard anti-ICE.
Okay, yes. So JW is not a hard anti-ICE. Okay. Like I want to abolish ICE. I think JW is not quite on that level. So JW was just up here talking with Anarchitty and Chainsaw Chimera. Goofball, what are your views on immigration in the United States / ICE? Go on.
Well, I'm here to discuss my thoughts on ICE as a organization in the government. Can I make that clear? Because I don't really want. I wasn't planning on talking about immigration when I came up initially, but I am pro ICE.
Okay, pro ICE. Thank you. Perfect. Can you expand on that a little bit, and then I'll have either Anarchitty or Chainsaw Chimera if you guys want to respond to him.
Okay, so ICE
take a
as
call.
an association.
Oh.
ICE as an association is made to get all of the people that have came to America illegally and get them out of the country. And I think that we have the right to have people actually come here legally and not have them just come here, and they come here for a plethora of bad reasons. There's a lot of really bad people that get sent to America and just cross the border all the time. And acting like it's not a giant problem that America has had for decades now, I think is criminal and absurd, because we have rapists, drug cartels, we have extremist religious groups trying to terraform America's culture as we know it, and we're just turning our back and doing nothing about it. And I think ICE, even though it has the same problems as cops do, where some members of the association make terrible errors and do things that make the association look like a very shit thing, I think in concept at least, it's something that America needs.
All right. So two things with regards to that, with that opening statement. First things first, you mentioned the necessity for having ICE with regards to determine for criminals. My question to you, who then would be why specifically the I'm trying to think of a way to phrase this. Why should the worry with regards to immigration be on the few that slip through the cracks and commit crimes here, as opposed to the people who want to move here for the purposes of escaping a regime, maybe seeking better work opportunities.
Refugee status still exists and has gotten many people in legally.
I'm not mainly talking about refugees. I'm mainly talking about like people who want to come here for better work, for better lives, that kind of thing.
Well,
why should
it may
the
be a
focus
slow process, but it is a legally obtainable thing.
Okay, but why?
You can
But why then should the
legally
focus?
gain
But why then
citizenship
should
in
the
America.
focus be on the criminals then, and not the people who say want to come here? Why should the focus be on the criminals? Is my question.
If you saw anything, no, you didn't.
I think the biggest problem would be the criminals, obviously. Like anyone who has
check
had
something.
criminal beings being in America, it should be more prone to be taken by ICE first, as opposed to these other people who don't seem to be causing trouble.
But that leads to my second question then. And if the main purpose of wait, hold on, I'm trying to specifically remember what you said in that opening statement with regards to
The purpose of
with regards-
ICE is getting illegal immigrants out of the country. It is.
So,
I'll simplify it.
Okay, I got the question.
so then
Can you agree with the idea, even if you agree with it in context, you agree that how it's set up currently, it's just terrible. And anyway, cars are useful, like anyone can. But however, if your car is constantly breaking down and running off into the side of the road, you should probably replace the car. Could you at least agree that there could be a scenario where ICE is so broken that it needs to be scrapped and replaced?
The organization has plenty of faults, especially on how it gets people out of the country, the places they hold them, the way they go about getting them in some cases can be extreme. But I do think they are a necessity, but the organization the way it is right now is kind of gross in some places. I can agree.
All right, so two things. First things first, nice cat, Alec. Second things second.
Wait, I can't
You mentioned this thing about there's a few bad officers that slip through the cracks. There have been, and regards to that, there has been recorded instance after recorded instance after recorded instance after recorded instance of ICE officers, who using their status as an ICE officer to either intimidate citizens of the United States, intimidate people who they are interrogating, or in the most extreme cases, as is with Renee Good and Alex Preddy, flat out murdering and executing them. If this is a problem that has been documented time and time again with ICE,
aside from murdering and
run with the logic
executing, that has been a big problem with our veteran population as well, and there's plenty of videos of that. That is just a commonality in America that comes about in groups of extremist
veterans aren't
places.
currently working for a state apparatus. ICE officers are. If there's instance after instance of people working for a state apparatus operating under that, operating
There
under the
are.
state.
It's not the
There's
ICE isn't the only one. But
Yes,
Yeah,
but
I
ICE
yeah,
right
it is
now is
terrible.
the big one, and not
It
only
is
that,
terrible, and it
ICE's
needs to be
actions are
reformed.
being defended by the federal government. There's a reason why they don't want to have their
Which is sick.
officers be under the
That is
purview
disgusting.
of.
I can't believe that they agree with that. What they're
It's
doing.
not that they agree with that. It's that they not hell. It's not even because they tolerate it. It's because they enforce it. Again, we're talking about members of the federal government that are now given so much leeway that even investigations are not allowed by the Trump administration. They're not going to investigate the killer of Renee Good, even though we have not only
True.
the video evidence of the murder, but him even admitting that he basically called her a fucking bitch after shooting her 3 times. We're not going to see the investigation over the killers of Alex Preddy. We're not going to see the investigation of the first guy who literally got murdered by an off-duty ICE officer for having the temerity of celebrating a new year by shooting his gun in the air. Like, we're not seeing any of these investigations because the government's not going to investigate. Now, we could sit here and say, well, ICE is doing this, but their main mission statement is this. But their main mission statement has been has been put on the back burner because of their behavior. Do you think that they've been actually effective in going after these evil rapists, sex pests, murderous, illegal migrants over the last year or so? Do you really think that their actions and their mission statement and their objective goes above and beyond the value of their work?
To the people who actually work there, clearly not. But I think that it should be completely reformed and have more professional people actually doing it rather than these random people they pick off the street who just says I'll do it and raised their fucking hand and did a physical exam, I fucking guess.
No, they
Like,
didn't. No, 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 no. The physical exams were one of the many things that got lowered so that they could get more people on board with ICE.
which is
So
disgusting.
ICE as an institution, as a
So
federal
you
entity,
agree
has been
that
eradicated.
ICE, as it currently exists, needs at the very minimum to be reformed.
It needs to be completely abolished and restructured entirely
So
from the
So-
ground
I'm
up.
sorry,
your argument, I guess, is-
are you anti-ICE or pro-ICE? This is now getting confusing.
I am pro ICE in its mission statement, objective, and actual use to the public when it's functioning. But all of its dysfunction is something that I do highly disagree with and hate.
all right. So
I'm
if
not
I'm getting
going.
that,
Okay. I'm just gonna give a warning. I don't think you're gonna find anyone reasonable who's going to be pro ICE at least how it exists, because I don't know how any reasonable person can say that ICE as it currently exists is a good thing.
I don't
Who's
want
gonna
to
argue
with
sound like
clear
an echo
evidence
that
chamber,
we
but
I can
all
it's
interrupt
have?
not
real quick.
reasonable.
hold on.
I just want to remind everybody, we're trying to get one more panelist up here. If you have any pro-ICE or anti-immigration sentiments, we are looking for you. Come on up. I would like to get a 3v3 going here because I want to chime in, but I don't want to outnumber the pro-ICE individuals. So,
All right.
I want to be more
Quite
popular is what I'm
respectful.
saying. I feel like I'm not very popular right now.
Right.
If you're, by the way, if you're in any of my chats on YouTube, Twitch, or the site, and you want to participate, even if you're anti-ICE, you can participate as well. Type !debate in any of the chat bars, hit enter. It will take you to the Platinum Politics server, whereby you can go to the announcements page and be linked directly to our stage. And then you can join in on the conversation. Anyway, I apologize. My cat was distracting me. So where are we at right now? I need
And
to
everyone
know.
else.
Goofball.
I'm kind of confused.
So you want to reform ICE, correct? I just want to make sure I'm clear on what's going on.
Yeah, I believe that the way it is currently is demonstrably horrifying and a terrible way to run any group of individuals who are meant to do a mission statement as big as get rid of all of the illegal immigrants in America.
But in
And I
general,
think it's absurd how they go about doing it.
you are in favor of what ICE's mission statement is to get rid of the illegal immigrants. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. That's what we're looking for. Okay, so I'm going to let the conversation continue as is right now. We'll do 2v2 with Goofball and JW. I know JW have a more nuanced opinion. For all intents and purposes, right now, you're more on the, be careful about immigration side. So that's what we have. Once again, if anybody would like to request up, please do so. James, I see your request. I'll start a timer for 15 minutes and then, oh no, wait. Oh yeah. I'll start a timer for 15 minutes and then we will drop either Anarchitty or Chainsaw Chimera to let James up. All right, continue.
All right. So basically what I'm kind of getting from your descriptions of ICE and how it should be performed, you would be more in favor of like more bureaucratization within ICE, would you not be?
That could be a good decision. I'm just more interested in getting people who are professionally trained to do missions about this, rather than just people acting as rogue police officers who happen to have little pings on who isn't legal or not.
Yeah, and my question to you then is how would that necessarily make it so that the atrocities that we've seen committed by ICE and by ICE officers lessen? Because like with police
It
officers,
wouldn't lessen them.
yeah,
It wouldn't. I can tell you right now, it wouldn't lessen them at all. But it would
so then why would
stop
your
more
point
of
then
them.
be? So then why would your point then be that this would like what I'm getting at is that what I'm getting from you is that having more or systems in place, these more checks and balances in place would lessen the amount of times this happens in that organization. But even under organizations like the police, there's still incident after incident after incident of officers
I shouldn't
violating
be as
people's.
big as it is. That's part of what I'm talking about. It shouldn't be this giant organization like it should be more like the CIA. It should be a much smaller, more tight organization. And it should take years, 5, 6 years to do this. We shouldn't be rushing this out by the midterms.
Yeah,
Like,
hold on. Just to be clear, ICE is one of the smaller departments, if I remember correctly. There's only around like 60,000 people under the employ of ICE. The CIA has more people than
well,
ICE,
they're
if I
more
remember.
professional
Now I could be
somehow.
wrong, but
Also, something I just want to point out: ICE, as it exists, is very, very young. In fact, most Americans are older than ICE. ICE was created under the Bush administration, under the Homeland
Yeah.
Security Act. I just want to point that out.
Yeah. So my question would then be how would having more professionals in I guess I'm looping back to the original question. How would having more professionals in place is necessarily make sure that, you know, the kind of stuff like Alex Preddy, Renee Good, the countless other people that have died from ICE who may not have
Well,
gotten
I
that
don't
much
know.
attention, who
You see CIA people flashing their guns saying they're CIA and making them fucking get out of the way in fucking store lines?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that
A lot
question?
Have you seen these other professional places like the FBI and the CIA have agents go around flashing their guns at people and attempting murder?
I mean, with the FBI,
Yeah,
there's
they've
a
done
there's
that historically speaking. The FBI has done that,
They
and the
have done
CIA
it,
is
but like
notorious
I'm
for
talking
its
about in the recent
international skills.
years, like the past decade.
in recent the past decade. We don't really see
Can't remember, but
we
I'm
don't really
sure
see
it's
publicized recorded run-ins with the CIA and the FBI as we do with This is the issue, so I can't really speak on that. I would imagine something like that would
It's
happen to a
much,
certain
much
degree.
lower because otherwise people would be speaking about that.
Well,
It
it's
doesn't
How
have
does
not
to
that
be
just that
Patty
necessarily
too.
follow?
Buttigieg anymore to get on the internet.
Like, how does that? I don't really know how that necessarily follows, though, because just because one issue is talked about less doesn't necessarily make it a non-issue.
not just talked about less, is hardly exists because there's hardly any proof of it, not because of fucking
And where are you
media
getting this?
stoppage, but just
And
people
I
where are
not
think
you
I
even
getting this
understand
getting it
what
from?
you're
on the
trying to
internet.
say.
Exactly.
Your focus, you're saying that this issue is being blown up more than it ought to compared to other
I'm
agencies,
not saying it's
only
blowing
because
up
the
more than it
media
ought
is
to.
focusing more
I
on
I'm
don't,
ICE
I
saying
don't
than
think
anywhere
if
that's
else.
what
this
Saul
is
was
this
saying.
important, why isn't this important? I'm figuring it's because it doesn't happen as much. I don't
I'm
have
fi-
research on this, but like if fucking ICE is this important, why wouldn't the same things that the CIA and the FBI be doing be just as important?
I mean, so
Okay,
that it's
okay.
kind of an appeal to
I think
like
I have a
I
better
don't.
argument is that I think ICE under Biden worked a lot better. If you look at the statistics, Biden actually deported more criminals than Trump did in his first term and currently in his second term. Because Biden focused specifically on criminals and targeted criminals to deport and gave them a trial before deporting them. I think ICE under Biden was much more defendable than ICE under Trump because Trump is using them in the most authoritarian way possible.
Not only that, but even conservatives love to bring it up, or at least loved to bring it up early
Okay.
last year. Biden had that Obama, Jesus Christ, Obama had more deportations under Trump. But of course, that's because Obama was more narrow in his targeting. He was focusing on people that were only in the country for less than 2 months and were near the border versus Trump's plan, which is expanded to about 5 years within the country and all over the interior. And not only that, you also got to remember that Trump, because he couldn't get enough people with criminal records, he expanded his dragnet to include just about everyone that didn't have any kind of registration. And even then, he had to
Okay,
go
wrap it
back
up.
on it because of hospitality workers and hospitality companies telling him that they're getting in the way of the bottom line.
Okay.
That sounds
Everybody
like
stop.
ICE wasn't the issue.
Everybody
Trump's
stop.
ICE is the problem.
Everybody stop. Perfect. Okay. All right, we got Lowlanth up here. Lowlanth, all we need from you is your opinion on ICE. I paused the timer, so we have about 10 minutes left. And after that 10 minutes, we are going to drop either Chainsaw Chimera or Anarchitty in favor of James with a Z. So I will keep the timer paused until Lowlanth is done with her her introductory statement, and then we will continue. Go on, Lowlanth.
Okay, my opinion is that I think I am pro ICE. I think you can criticize the training because it was 42 days in terms of, the initial, training, and then there was 100 more days because Trump wanted to be more conceited. I know in terms of the history, you could probably combine ICE and CPP, right? And then go by the records according to USCIS. I don't believe in a completely abolishing ICE. I believe in consolidating the departments. And I just want to see, like, I know Alec mentioned something about abolishing, and I just hope to see the perspectives of, like, completely abolishing or reforming or consolidating. I think that the Renee Good shooting, I think the first shot was justified, but then the other two could be questionable, and I don't agree with Alec's pretty shooting. So
Okay.
that's my statement.
Okay, I also forgot to
Okay,
mention I will be joining the fray here.
All right.
Okay, timer is back on.
Go
Okay,
shit, Alec.
so how was the first shot justified?
I think she used her car as a weapon. I think it could have been
But
completely
how?
avoided if she just
But
stopped.
used as a
She was
weapon,
blocking
the
traffic.
video from the point of view of the officer showed that she was swerving out of the way of the officer. She wasn't using her car as a weapon.
Not only that, but she was backing up before that happened. How are
She
you
turned
gonna
all the
use
way
your
to the
car
right,
as a
and
weapon against
also,
Also,
someone
in
if you're
basic police
avoiding them?
training, in situations like that, a police officer is supposed to jump out of the way, not fire.
well, you're not
This is
supposed to be
basic police
standing.
training.
You're not supposed to be standing in front of the car to begin with.
Yeah.
So how is
Also,
that
Lowlanth,
just to
justified at
throw it
all?
out
He
there,
shouldn't have even been there.
also the guy that killed her, literally called her a fucking bitch because it wasn't based on like what was it, on imminent threat. He saw her as being disrespectful to him, and he killed her in retribution to a minor slight. This is well
Yeah,
established from his own camera, which,
yeah.
just to be clear, it wasn't even a body camera. It was a phone camera.
Yeah, and I was also going to say, if you look at the first video that came out of, like, from I think it was behind the car, you can see
Yeah.
that even after that, like, he pulls out his gun after moving out of the way. If I'm remembering it correctly, I don't know.
Excuse me.
It's not. Well, there was a bullet that went through the front of the car. The first bullet went through the front of the car. I saw pictures of that. But basic police training dictates that in a scenario like that, you should jump out of the. Your goal is to jump out of the car first. You shouldn't be gunning down drivers because that can cause a collision crash, or you should never.
It's not just
Police
training.
training is to
More or
disable a
less my
car
point.
is to
It's literally
pop the
procedure.
Right.
tires.
I guess to get
more or less
It's
more
literally part of procedure and also a federal thing.
real quick, just to
There's a court case about this.
get
more
more
or less my
on
point was
a topic
to
that,
there
like,
was intent to kill.
just to
that
get more on
wasn't
a
based off of any imminent danger.
just to get more on a
Sorry.
topic that we're no, it's okay. That we're more evenly divided on. I am in favor of abolishing ICE entirely and the DHS. I don't think that either one are really necessary. I don't think that they were created for any reason other than reactionary to, I think, 9/11, right? Like,
Yeah, 9/11.
like, what do they
Yeah.
do? What do they actually do except make life harder for everybody? What do they do?
I would
Make
also,
life
I was
harder
just
for everybody.
Yeah.
I was just
Uh,
gonna ask, do you prefer to go back to INS with the way their thing was
INS,
instead
I
of
don't know what that
ICE?
is.
But that
This
was
It was
the
the organization for
sorry.
Bush. How it existed under Clinton.
Oh, it took me
well,
to Instagram.
it
INS.
largely worked up until 9/11. So
Yeah, there
Immigration and
really was no
Naturalization
need
Service.
for the Homeland Security Department, nor was there need for ICE. I think we
Yeah,
can all
we had
agree on that.
functional
I don't know
immigration.
about that actually, because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of industries that have been absolutely ruined because there are immigrants that will work themselves to death and have their other
Getting
immigrant
some of those
friends
industries
keep
started.
going.
Yeah, what was wrong with INS? I'm reading here. And this is why we're doing this, by the way. Thank you for bringing that up. I'm trying to do a little bit of research before, like, the big debate panel that I have. The United States Immigration and Naturalization Services, INS, was a United States federal government agency under the United States Department of Labor from 1933 to 1940, and under the U.S. Department of Justice from 1940 to 2003. So you're telling me that worked for 63 years, but something happened in 2003. This big thing happened sometime around that time that made it so that we needed USCIS, ICE, and CBP and the DHS. Like why? Like, what happened? What changed?
That does sound like they just changed the name of an organization and made it a different organization for no reason.
No. They didn't just change the name. They literally just repurposed entire departments and then tried to consolidate it under various new departments. That the Homeland Security is literally just some sort of Frankenstein style hodgepodge of earlier departments that did not need to be lumped in together. But Bush did it just cause he wanted something a little more generalized for his liking, which is also
Yeah.
why he even created ICE in the first place. ICE was already doing what the previous version incarnation was doing, but even worse. Like, we could talk about how bad ICE is right now, but ICE's pedigree has always been stained in blood. In its first year, if I remember correctly, at least 90 unnecessary deaths were attributed to the first version of ICE. It had to be revamped in the first Obama administration in order to at least limit the number of fatalities.
Okay, so I did not know that about the statistics. I didn't really bring much in terms of hard stats to the debate, but but mainly my argument with regards to ICE and abolishing it is, why should we have this organization that that has a terrible track record and that is currently having a worse track record now, being stated, when there have been institutions in the past that we have had that have worked fine for decades, that had to be supplanted for this?
Like, because the other thing, I think, because the other thing, I agree that I do think these institutions, generally, when it comes to the icing, I think these institutions need to be strengthened in the wake of 9/11. I think these institutions, as they exist, they need to be strengthened and given more authority in order to, because I believe that at the time, because 9/11 was the deadliest terror attack in history, I agree that that needed to be stopped, and then they couldn't allow that to happen again. But you didn't need to create this
9/11 was less.
Frankenstein's creature. They needed the institutions as they existed need to be strengthened and given more leeway to stop these things from happening, given more authority to end these things from happening.
So
what things
with
did you say?
9/11, the whole thing was
like 9/11.
you saying
Sorry.
something, Alex?
No. I'll let you. I'll put my hand up if I'm doing a mod thing.
Okay.
But what I'm saying, my question was, stop what thing? Like 9/11?
Okay. Let me restate it. The DHS was created in response to 9/11. That was
Right.
justification for its creation.
Right.
However, instead of what it's supposed to, what should have happened, I think would have happened under a Gore administration, was that existing institutions would have been strengthened, and they would have and maybe a single new department dedicated to anti-terrorism would have been created. What Bush did instead was create this huge Frankenstein institution called DHS that has authority over all other institutions, but at the same time they have authority over them. And it's a mess of jurisdictions and who has authority where. And it created just a mess where ICE is just structurally just broken. It doesn't work as it is.
Yeah, I guess I was going to chime in by saying, so from my understanding, most of the problems that happened with 9/11 happened as a result of very lax security with regards to airport. So then my question would be, why not target that aspect of it, as opposed to revamping revamping institutions in order to, create the DHS?
Okay.
Wonderful.
I was against the creation of DHS. I'm against that. I'm giving the justification that was given. I'm not stating my personal opinion. I'm giving the Bush administration's justification for its creation.
Okay. Goofball, you were going to say something?
We have 30 seconds.
Okay.
Oh no, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying
Please
something,
continue.
but yeah.
So generally, we're all in agreement that the DHS sucks, and ICE was basically whether or not you believe in the necessity
Highly unnecessary.
it has. It's highly inept and unused and useless and needs to go. Right? We basically agree on that.
I would say I'm in agreement with that. I'm not
Theoretically,
really sure about.
work.
I'm not
I just
sure
think the whole
about
DHS needs to go.
Never
Lowlands.
did.
I've not been impressed by it. Hello, baby. Okay,
Yeah.
so here's what's next. James with a Z has been waiting patiently to come up and replace one of our anti-ICE participants. So what I need to ask the current members of the audience, who must go? Is it Chainsaw Chimera or Anarchitty? I will give you 60 seconds to type into the chat whether we drop Chainsaw Chimera or Anarchitty. Make your decision. 60 seconds.
All right.
Quick question. When we get dropped, are we just dropped for good, or do we have a chance to also come back up if we wanted to?
I will allow you to get back in line.
That's cool.
All right.
We have one vote for Anarchitty.
I will bake you all a nice batch of cookies. That is my plea.
No, ma'am.
Damn, no cookies for you, I guess. User Epic.
I can't. I'm not gonna. What's the word? Bribe. I don't have anything to bribe with. I'm screwed.
30 seconds. Speak now or hold your
Screw, you're
peace.
goated.
30
You're goated, it's
seconds.
free.
Do we
You're
drop
goated, it's free
Chainsaw
content.
Chimera or Anarchitty? 20 seconds.
It's
Uh-oh, we
Chainsaw
got
losing.
1 and 1. It's going to be up to
Don't do it to
me. It's going to be up to me. Don't leave it up to me.
Can we
That
vote
makes
in
me
the
uncomfortable.
VT?
10 seconds. 10 seconds. Chainsaw Chimera and Anarchitty. Somebody break the tie so I don't have to. 3.
Can we do it
Oh,
like
no.
Survivor?
Damn.
All right, time's up. Time's up. All right. Anarchitty, I'm so sorry. We're going to drop you. Stick around. We will bring you back up.
My inner Vosh, I guess.
Yeah, we'll bring you back up after User Epic if you would like to get back in line, okay? We'll do 20-minute timers.
All right.
All right, peace.
All right.
What were the final
Peace.
results?
We have 2 votes for Kitty, 1 for
2-1.
Chainsaw. All right, James with a Z, you are up. Lowland, are you still with us?
Hello. I was
Okay.
just listening.
Just checking. I just wanted to make sure you were awful quiet. All right, James. Let's go. I invited you up. Uh-oh. Let me try DMing him. I don't want to skip his turn if I can help it.
Doctor, we've lost him.
We don't have a pulse.
I'll be right back real quick. I
Oh,
just
here we
need to
go.
get a drink.
Okay, take your time. All right, actually, that's a good idea. Let's take a...
Let the defibrillator work.
We'll take a 3-minute siesta. 3 minutes.
All right,
Reconvene in 3 minutes.
Hello?
Agreed.
Testing,
Hello.
testing.
We hear
There
you.
we go. All right, make sure.
I need to turn you up a little bit.
Console's awful. All good. Console's just terrible.
All right, we're taking a 3-minute siesta. We'll reconvene in 3 minutes.
Heck yeah, I love a siesta.
All right, I'm deafening you all. See you in 3 minutes. Oh no, y'all could hear all that, couldn't you? Sorry about that. Oh no, I guess you couldn't. I turned on. Excuse me, I was just coughing. I had to clear my throat. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm still getting over my sickness from a while ago. All right.
No.
Excuse me.
Actually, for Dead by Daylight, yeah, but that's because.
Okay.
Well, that's Dead by Daylight.
Who dropped?
though. Dead by Daylight sucks now.
Yeah,
It
that's
does,
what I
but,
was wondering. It was that one dude, the one with the 2 letters.
We need another pro. We need another pro icer.
Oh,
yeah, we actually converted Goofball.
Yeah, I'm cooked. I'm sorry, guys. I concede. I should have never been made ever. I concede.
You converted
So for
Goofball.
the sake of this stream,
Well, hold
I
on,
will
we're
take
not.
we converted Goofball.
This is supposed to be a debate panel. What are we supposed to do now? Have fun and be friends? That's boring.
Yeah,
Well,
we converted
during
Goofball.
That
until
is
you got
how
back
dare
here.
friendship. Nice.
Okay, Goofball, tell me, Goofball,
Yeah.
tell me your current thoughts. In all seriousness.
Well, now that I know that there was a previous organization that did what ICE did, but more proficiently and with less deaths per capita consistently, and that it had been a spur of the moment branch that was thrown out there just to like make it look like the government's doing something about 9/11, and it has literally never worked. I don't know how you can argue for that existing.
Okay, but you still want to like deport all the illegals, right?
Yes.
There we go.
We can work with that. We can work with that.
God, deport all them there illegals because of the
Okay.
raping and the whole drug.
Are
yeah,
there? Okay,
all
hold
the
on, real
bastards
quick.
and
We
the
do
ones
have.
that
Hold
want
on,
to be here can be here legally.
real quick. Official stuff. We do have one person, one
I agree
leftist
with
waiting to
making
come
it
up.
Here, maybe, but
Lana, yes, you may ask a question. We do have one leftist waiting to come up. Okay, so I'm going to start a timer for 20 minutes. I'm going to sit out until we have another pro ice individual and just moderate. Until such time, 20 minutes time. Oh, no. James with a
I'm
Z.
so
You have
sorry,
to
Alec.
No.
Have so little time.
James, you have to introduce yourself to everybody
Introduce my position.
and introduce your position real quick, and then I'll
Yeah.
start the timer. Go.
Wait, hold on.
Sure, I'm
where
James
we,
Z.
Hold on. We have
debating
questions.
now?
Questions?
Yes. What are we debating now? Is it immigration or is it just trying to say that we have dissented with ICE? Like, again, Goofball here literally said that he's willing to concede on ICE, but it's the immigration part.
James,
I'm just trying to figure out where we're at.
James, in your intro, please include your stance on deporting illegal immigrants. Go.
Sure. So since I have to introduce myself, I am James Z. Very small, brain-dead streamer. But when it comes to ICE, I'm of the position that it can probably just most likely be rolled into the DOJ, which was already apparently the case with the INS, if I remember correctly from what happened during this debate. So more points in my favor, I guess. But as it pertains to illegal immigrants, according to Pew Research, it would show that about 60% of like undocumented immigrants were due to overstayed visas. I prefer not to deport people who just didn't make a court date for their visa. Like, if anything, we could deal with violence maybe by like going on a case by case basis with our already, like as I said, DOJ. But I don't see a need for anything like
Well,
remotely.
if the court appointment is truly a necessary thing for the system, they could at least make it more obvious that they need to do it. Like they can set it up for them and have it letter to them in the mail or something.
We can get into that. Sure.
Okay, 20 minutes time. Timer starts now. Go.
Sure. Anybody else want to open up real quick?
I guess I'll take the pro-immigrant position. Like, I'm for immigration, and I don't have problems with even illegal immigration. I do believe that we need some level of bureaucracy in order to make sure we keep everyone in check. Obviously, that's what most nations do. But if we're talking
Yes.
about the current illegal population, they're literally the least likely to be committing all these crimes. They're least likely to commit like violent crimes by 2.5 times compared to natural born counterparts, and also just as less likely, if not even more so, was it 2.5 times less or 3.5 times less to commit property crimes because they're illegal. They're trying not to bring too much attention to themselves. Not only that, but they generate over around $100 billion in taxable revenue,
Okay.
and because of their involvement, they contribute around
Was
$14
that less
billion
likely to
in
commit
lower
Hold
crime or
on.
less likely to
Hold
commit
on.
violent crime?
You can address that in just a second. We need to let Lana introduce themselves. Lana, what are your pronouns, if I may ask?
Um, she, her, I guess.
Okay, great. Lana, go ahead and give us your position on illegal immigration. Just spit your facts. And then I will, oh, by the way, since it's now
Okay.
3v3, I will jump into the equation as well. I will be throwing my proverbial hat into the ring.
Heck
Okay,
yeah.
go.
Okay. So I definitely agree that ICE is corrupt, and the fact that they're killing a bunch of people and just going around doing horrible things is not okay. However, the actual fact of illegal immigration, I don't agree with that because every other country in the world requires you to either have a visa or citizenship in order to get into the country. So it's not like a one in a million thing that America's doing to keep its country safe and borders closed.
Timer restarting. You want to respond?
Alrighty. I'll leave it to our leftists because we already went over the data, and I was gonna bring up some other points on that data, but I'm gonna be completely honest. A lot of that audio was kind of soft for me. I gotta turn this person up.
Yeah, I had to turn
Oh,
you up to
I'm
200,
sorry.
Lana.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. My desk is kind of set up in a way I can't have my mic super close to my mouth,
Oh, you're fine.
but I'm holding it now,
That's
so
perfectly fine.
yeah.
Okay, continue.
I mean,
Yeah, go ahead.
that's kind of it.
It's a good way to have a
I
mic
don't.
set up.
It is a good way to have a mic set up.
I was asking, no. I was
As it
asking James
pertains
to
to-
get, so James, did you finish your response?
Oh, I did, mainly in the sense that I was trying to wait for Chainsaw Chimera to finish with the data, because there was a follow up I was going to make about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think I said something about that migrants contribute within the last, what was it, 20 or 30 years, they contribute consistently $14 billion in revenue that has helped to lower the deficit. I think that's true. I will need to look back on and try to find the source for that, but I think that's what I've seen. So
Yeah,
that's
so
I
middle class
believe that's
Americans can
National
struggle
Bureau of
with
Economic
piddling wages.
Research.
I'm sorry.
So middle class Americans can live with piddling wages and fucking
Oh,
suffer.
I've heard it. So when it comes to immigration and when it comes to labor, right? While you can
Mm.
say that partly it will diminish some
Mostly.
wages. No,
No, actually, I
not
have the exact
mostly.
numbers on this. No, I actually have the exact
Yeah,
numbers
I
on
know,
this. If you
but
want.
also the numbers will also show that they're brief. Not only will those wages increase with more immigration, but then they go into social programs. The wages that are generated by the migrants, whether they're legal or even illegal, are going to
Yeah,
be
well,
returned back to the
like or
federal government.
spell, in the last 20 years, every time there's been that little dip when the immigrants come up, the middle class becomes a lot harder to live in. And when it goes
The
back
middle
up, the
class has
economy
been
rises high enough to where that's just living paycheck to paycheck again.
the middle
Yeah, but this
class has,
isn't
so what you're
reflected in the
talking
data.
about isn't just specifically to immigration. That's been going on not just because of immigrants, but it's
Well,
been going on because of other
that's the
issues.
inflation of the American dollar.
Okay, everybody
Yeah,
stop.
but it's not just because of migrants.
It's not entirely because of
Okay,
migrants, but
everybody
that's a
stop.
part. That's a symptom.
Trying to
Everybody
use
stop.
that as a talking point at this time
Everybody.
to
Everybody
acknowledge that
stop,
it
or I'll
has
start
nothing to do
muting,
with
please.
All
Okay,
right.
real quick. We got another person come up. Aliana on the phone. You are concerned with illegal immigration, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm an
Oh.
anarchist, so I don't even think borders should be a thing.
Okay. We're going to drop
same
you.
here.
We are looking for people who are concerned with illegal immigration and or pro-ICE. Okay?
My fault. My
Have a
fault.
good day.
You're fine.
You too. Bye-bye.
All righty. Continue.
Yes, very much. Have a good one.
Okay,
funny.
so when
Okay,
we're
yeah.
looking at the diminishing cost that the middle class suffers, and even I can admit I'm part of the lower middle class, right? It has to do with not simply just migrants, but it also has to do with various policies that will affect what is it? That will affect employers and how much they're willing to even bring in more labor. So that's one thing. It has to do with the imports and exports of certain products. It has to do with the what else does it have to? I can admit that I haven't really looked all that much into it, but what little
The
I have looked
overflow of
into.
immigrants is a part of it.
Wait,
It's not a
overflow.
part of it.
Now we're making a qualifier.
Okay.
What do you mean by overflow?
The overflow of immigrant workers. There's so many.
What
Yeah,
overflow
but
of immigrant workers? So throughout the last few years,
yeah.
when you actually look at how the number of people that immigrate to the United States, illegal or not, it's usually been a consistent number of around 1 million people. And even then, just like I said, when it came to Obama, his immigration
Which is
policy
what?
was more
25th of
focused
our
on
population.
removing illegal. Sorry, I have to go real quick. I have a family issue right now.
That's perfectly fine because unlike you, I have actually taken a huge deep look into the data, right? And as it pertains to the National Bureau of Economic Research, the only group, and yes, I do mean only group, of people affected by illegal immigration negatively in terms of their wages is that of native-born high school dropouts, and even then, over time, we get to see that the rates in which their wages go up is then on par with everyone else. Like maybe a year at most of slightly lower wages, like negligibly lower wages. I think it was like 0.2, if I'm not mistaken. Someone can correct me if they need to.
I'm back.
But
Well, if it's just high
oh, you're
school
back.
dropouts, then I don't think they're thinking about, people who haven't gotten through college or people that, are done with school, but, the diploma doesn't do fuck shit.
James, could you
What's that to do with
rephrase?
that?
I wasn't here.
Oh, I was saying that according to the National Bureau of Economic Research, the only group affected by immigration in terms of their wages negatively is native-born high school dropouts, and even then, the number seems to then grow on par after like a year. Like it's actually
Thank you.
embarrassing.
Yeah, I knew that there was something going on. I knew it was a specific group where even then it was a negligible negative
Yeah,
change.
I'm pretty sure it was a 0.2 like negative for their wages, and then a year
Yep.
later it's back on par with everyone else.
I apologize. I'm not a big numbers guy. Economics has never been my
I'm not
thing.
even a big numbers guy either. I looked shit up right before the debate.
But yeah, this is
yeah,
what I'm just out of curiosity. What other factors also have affected the diminishing middle class? Do you know those numbers that data as well?
Well, I don't
I
know.
did not. I didn't
just
think it
know
had anything
very
to do with the debate.
specifically truck drivers have been fucked by it.
Oh,
Truck
I've heard
drivers have
this
been
one.
fucked by it. I don't
So
see
what he's
anything there
trying
for
to
them.
say is that migrants are likely or largely impacting truck drivers because they're taking roles that native truck
Oh,
drivers
yeah, they took her
get.
gerbs, yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is
No,
that
I'm not
is
talking
not
about
true. And
roles.
in
No,
fact,
no, not at all. That's not what I'm talking about. You're wrong. I'm talking
okay,
about
but
a
What's up,
migrant
Jazz Dog?
working as an average truck driver
yeah, this
with
is what I'm
another
reading.
migrant where they don't even hardly eat. They cut out boxes in their floors to shit in the floor, and they got their CDL because they're a truck driver in their home country, and that's it.
I've heard this
Wait,
argument.
real quick.
No,
You said
that's not
migrants. Are
true.
we referring to legal or illegal? We need to be very clear here.
Yeah, I'm talking about
the
illegal
only-
aliens, buddy.
Illegal, so undocumented.
Yes,
Like, we need to be very
undocumented.
clear here.
Got CDLs.
They can't
Yo, how
do
do you
that.
get a
No,
CDL
no, no, no.
if you're
They
illegal?
can't do
How do
that.
you get
It
a
is well
CDL
established
without it?
within the
In
CDL
California, they do.
group that they can't
In
do that.
California, they've done it. They have issued
No,
them
they haven't.
simply
No,
because
no, they haven't.
George
No,
look
they
into it.
haven't. That is
Yes, they
well
have.
established.
This is what I
in
mean.
depth.
These people don't know anything.
This
Not
is
only that,
absolutely
but
true.
just to throw it out there, just to really throw it out there, one of the things that you need in order to get a CDL license is to be able to read English proficiently.
And to be an
So
American
even if
citizen,
I
yes,
were
but
to
they
give
Wait,
you
not only
that,
read
they
English
can't do it.
proficiently, don't you need to be a citizen to be issued a state or
Yes,
even
that
or
too,
even
but it's
federal
mainly
ID?
an
Like,
English reading component.
you need to be a documented citizen to have an ID. So
And
unless you're
yet,
talking
there
about wait,
are
so wait,
there are
goofball, I will give
cases.
it. Wait, goofball,
Look
I will
into the
concede
police
one
studies. There are
situation to you.
cases of pulling over truck
Wait,
drivers with a CDL and nothing fucking else. They exist.
wait,
They have
here,
been in
wait,
Illinois.
goofball,
They've
yeah,
been
wait,
in Wisconsin.
goofball. No need to
They
be
exist.
angry here. Look, goofball.
Yeah, but
I'll put
you're
it this
acting
way.
like this
Wait,
is a
goofball.
fucking conspiracy theory. But it's
No,
happened a
no,
lot.
I'm literally trying to concede. If I'm trying to concede one instance that I can come up with off the top of my head of anyone even possibly being able to be undocumented while having a CDL. And the only
Yeah,
example
it
is someone
seems
who overstayed.
ridiculous,
Wait,
but
Let
it
him
no,
finish.
happened.
Hold up,
goofball,
hold
It's
up,
happened
hold up,
multiple
hold up,
times.
hold up. You talked for a minute.
goofball,
Let
come
James
on, be
finish.
so for real. Yeah, be so for real. The
I'll
example I
be
was going to
civil.
bring is someone
Excuse me. Please
like
excuse
the
me.
worst
I'm not
case
being civil.
scenario. Yeah, no, it's fine. The one example I can come up with in any instance is someone who overstayed their visa, and are we really going to get pissed off at someone who was documented and now isn't? Like, they had a
No.
work visa and then they overstayed it. Like, I can't think of any other examples. So they were legal at least at one point, got their CDL, and then overstayed it.
Temporarily legal for like 13 days, got their CDL, and just never went home.
Do work visas last only 13 days, gang?
They don't.
No, they
They
can
usually
go
have a average of
3
a
to 6
year.
months, but like there aren't 5-year fucking work visas, 10-year work
There
visas.
are 5-year work visas, but 13 days. Come on, my guy. They had to be there for at least 6 months, I'd think. Which is a long time to be in this
There's
country
3
and
month
following its
work
laws and
visas.
not
Those
committing any
exist.
crime. Like, come on.
The only
man. Be so
time
for
that
real.
I could actually think of actual undocumented migrants driving around in trucks with licenses, the only time, or at least similar licenses,
Without like
that only happened when it came to the crazy shit that occurred with the Canada truck protest, where you had a large number
Really?
of when you had a large number of Canadian drivers that were blocked at the border because of blockade. Outside of that, I
Oh my
don't know
god.
where he's getting this.
The Canadians, jeez. These Canucks are coming into our country, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it was
Can't
back in,
handle
what
them.
was it, 2020, 2021. It involved like the quote unquote Queen of Canada, who's like this Filipino chick that has
Of
an
course
issue with
they
black
aren't
people. And then there
reported
were like
on it
nationalists.
because there's hardly any cases studied. But if you've actually, been on the road, you've encountered these people before they exist.
Wait, I
Can we
gotta
not argue from our
be
fifis
on
for a
the
second? Wait,
road
can
and
we
we're
not
talking
argue
about
from our
data.
feelings for a
Not
second?
from meeting them, from literally inspecting their vehicle and actually talking to people who have ran into these people before. I've talked to mechanics who have met people like this before.
Wait, you're giving anecdotes here. There's nothing empirically that would prove that to be the case. And for all you know, these people you're talking to could just be
Yeah,
like,
because
oh
there's
yeah,
no
this
empirical study
person's
on this
definitely illegal.
very
You're
particular
saying there's a study,
situation.
but it's physically
No, I'm
impossible
saying
given the
there is none.
circumstances.
I'm saying there is no empirical study on this. No
Yeah.
one's thought
Well,
about
there's
it.
no
So there's no
empirical
evidence to
study,
back
but you're
your
going to
claim.
claim that that there's an issue based on I heard it from the grapevine by this one truck driver who came out after he
This
had
one
No,
truck
not
driver
this
who also
one
with
says
a
truck
the hard
lost
R.
driver.
lizard.
Like
I seen it from
this
fucking
mechanic who says the
over
hard R.
20 mechanics across fucking the United States of goddamn America. I don't have their goddamn
Wait,
recorded evidence or whatever, but I met them.
Yeah, you don't.
And
And
they told me
even
these
if you
stories.
did, it's anecdotal.
Got 20
Because how do they
people's
know that these
testimony.
people are legal? How do they know if they're just fucking
But I live,
mechanics?
buddy.
How do they know if they're just fucking mechanics? That's my question.
Well, because there's also documented cases of this, I just don't have them on my fucking ass
Well,
right now. Look.
I would love to see those, please. Those are way more important than whatever dumb fuck mechanic has to say. I'm gonna be so for.
Yeah, I don't know why I brought that up. I'm just saying.
Okay,
It's okay.
I was
everybody
thinking
stop.
about looking
Oh
into
my
researching.
Stop. We got 6 minutes on the
This was
timer.
fun.
I've paused it. Excuse me. I've paused it for PlayStation 4. PlayStation 4, go ahead and give us your stance on illegal immigration.
Oh, you're funny. You're funny. You're real funny, dude. You're real funny.
Great. Thank
Can
you
he
for
say
that.
the N word just one more time? I don't think I heard it the first time.
How did I not see this coming?
Yeah. You know, this is why PlayStation 4 is always going to be a loser. I'm on PS5. I'm just in better. Jeez Louise.
Alas, it
That
was too
being
good to
said,
be
we got
true.
6 minutes left.
Continuing the timer.
Yeah. Yeah. That being said, we have 6 minutes. So, anybody want to run any points by on the anti-immigration side, since we don't have any pro-ICE people yet?
So earlier, I believe it was the lady who was here.
Unlicensed drivers have been able to get CDLs since before February 11th, 2026.
Okay, can you read more about that? Read more on that document, please?
Please.
Or at the very least, link it.
Oh, I can
Because the
link
only
it,
examples we can have come to mind is someone who overstayed a visa or like the Canada protests. We can't think of anything else here.
Well, yeah, because y'all haven't looked into this particular subject. It's something you have to actually
You
look
just
into. It's not just on the
you just
news.
read something.
Yeah,
We would
but you
like
made the
to at
claim.
least
We're
look
asking you
at.
to
Yeah,
substantiate
I
your
know, but
claim.
yeah, I looked into it and it exists. See,
That's
Yeah,
great.
but
Now cite it, please.
substantiate it,
Just.
please.
okay, geez, I put it
I
in the
like
chat.
to read myself.
Please.
Right, this is it.
Also, I don't mean to be so aggro. It's just like, you made the claim, gang.
Transportation on put safety first.
No, I get it. I got aggro earlier too. Heat's
Yeah, no,
hot
you're
in the
fine.
room. It's whatever. If I couldn't take the heat, I'd get out of the kitchen.
It's getting hot in here. You know, Nelly once said that.
U.S. drivers are subject to.
It's getting hot in here.
Thank you, Alec.
These are 4
4
At
minutes.
least someone gets my
So,
jokes.
I'll ask the question. Goofball, why did you cite this again?
Specifically
Because
about
undocumented truckers without any licenses have just been getting CDLs, and they're cracking down on it.
Okay.
Yeah. So and this
they've
has
only
something to
cited
do
about
with
4
workers'
of them.
wages. Remember, this all ties back to like specifically truck drivers having worse wages overall because of these people who either overstayed their visa or Canada protest, or we still don't know the exact means that he cited for this, by which they acquired these IDs or these CDLs.
Also, this seems more like a reaction than it is actually saying something. Like you said, Goofball, this is just a measure to go after a specific issue, but they're not even citing the damage of this specific issue. The most they did was just cite 4 instances.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, the instances
this ends up
occurred.
getting
If
too
it's
boring. We
wide
can spice things
range,
up and
there
talk
would
about it a
be
bit more.
more data about these instances than just 4 issues. I'm not saying that it's bad that these people died, and I'm not saying that it's bad that it's good that people went over the managed to use loopholes to get CDLs that they weren't qualified for. But I'm asking, is this an actually prevalent issue? If this is actually common enough to warrant such a response?
Yeah, and not only that, but like we need to know the means by which this is happening. Otherwise, the assumption can be made that that Chainsaw and I were correct in the sense that it was just Canadian drivers and people who stayed their visas. In which case, it wouldn't be as big of a deal as people are making it out to be.
Well, all of those instances aren't specifically from that.
Wait.
Sure.
Hold on.
No, I'm just
There's
trying to ask,
four
does the
instances
source that you
cited
cited
on here,
actually
and you're just
state the
saying that
means
not.
by which they acquired skill? Because if this is
Well,
like
you
a,
can look at what I cited. None of those are that specifically.
It's just a policy position. It's a missive. It's not saying much of anything, but it's a missive.
Oh, is it? Jesus Christ. Okay.
No. You could read it yourself.
I take
This
that
is
up.
based on how I see it, but you could read it yourself, James. It's basically just, hey, the secretary says they're going to do something about this, and they only cited 4 things.
Oh, wait, so it only cited 4 instances of this happening, and it didn't even say the means by which they acquire? So that's my
No,
biggest question
but
here.
the final rule is effective 30 days after its publication in the Federal Register. It's just saying we're going to make sure y'all sign up. In May, Secretary Duffy signed an order announcing new guidelines.
Oh shit, tapping it'll me back into the thing as on mobile. God damn it. Gotta love Sony. They
1
make it
minute.
really easy to interact with people.
These reforms will address safety concerns, preventing foreign drivers who have not been subject. So it's just saying we're going to ensure that a law that's already been passed is going to keep being passed and being followed.
Wait, so it doesn't even so it doesn't even mention this happening. It just says like we're
While
gonna
U.S.
keep the law
drivers are
functioning.
subject to strict checks through national databases for past violations, such as DUIs, reckless driving, or crash involvement, states lack the ability to access the driving records of foreigners and illegal immigrants. Thus, loophole allowed individuals with dangerous driving histories to obtain a trucking license simply by presenting an EAD, which does not screen for transportation safety. So, this is where it's saying, but it doesn't tell us any more than that. It's saying that this is a loophole, but it doesn't show how prevalent this loophole is being used.
Okay, yeah. And I will
Okay,
consider
everybody stop. Everybody stop. Time's up. All right, we have to bring on a new anti-ICE / pro-immigration / pro-naturalization, etc. You get the idea. Progressive, leftist, whatever you want to call it. Individual. There are a lot waiting. So I need the people in Discord chat only to vote. Are we dropping Chainsaw Chimera or are we dropping James with a Z? I will give you 1 minute.
Yes, and just to be clear, Chimera isn't going to bribe you, but I will, because I think bribery is kind of cool. You can actually get premium access to my OnlyFans, I think, if I ever make one.
We have 3 votes for Chainsaw.
I have dick pics that I could send for free.
It's too late. I already gave premium
30
access to my
seconds.
OnlyFans.
30 seconds.
You're cooked. You're cooked, buddy.
Yeah, I know.
We're voting on who to drop so we can bring up a new leftist. Or progressive or Democrat or what have you. We have 3 votes for Chainsaw Chimera to be dropped.
All right.
GG's. Sorry, Chimera.
All right. Well, it was nice seeing you guys. I had a good time.
Chainsaw Chimera, you have been dropped. I apologize, my friend. Thank you very much for coming in. You are free to jump back in line. I'm not sure whether or not we will get to you. So, if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you in the audience, okay? Absolutely. You have a good night, sir.
All right, cool. You too.
Alrighty. Chainsaw Chimera has been dropped. Let's bring up User Epic.
User Epic. Epic user? No, it couldn't be.
By the way, if you are watching this, we are looking for one more conservative, pro-ICE, anti-immigration, what have you, type of person so that I can debate. Because I feel like I'm being very left out right now. So if you are a conservative, if you are anti-immigration or... I'm Chester Kelvin, and welcome to the Baking List. Today, I bake you my 5 favorite...
Can we get Chimera back? I don't like User Epic. Can we get Chimera back?
Okay, moving on. So, as I was saying...
Please, audience, I miss Alec.
As I was saying, we are looking for one more conservative person so that I can debate. So if that is you, please, if you are watching this not in the Discord server, type exclamation debate to join the Discord server, and then you can come here and debate me, Alec Gunter, the one and only. It's an epic time. Okay, who did we have next on the list? We had, I believe, Aliana was next. Is that correct?
Pablo.
Aliana, you were next. Hey, you know what? The next people in line, you should thank that person. They just saved you some time. All right, Aliana on the phone.
Real.
Are you ready?
What's up? I'm ready. Sorry.
Alrighty.
I took a second to process that.
No, you're fine. We would like your stance on immigration and or ICE. Actually, I think we're doing immigration right now because Lana's like... By the way, Lana, are you still there? I feel like I haven't heard much from you.
Yeah, I feel like I haven't really had an open space to talk much. But
Ah,
I've just been
gotcha.
listening.
Oh, good.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
let's...
everybody's like talking over each other.
Okay, no worries. I understand.
Very passionate. I'm sorry.
Let's try to let Lana get a word
You
in so
kind of
that
have
we
to find
can...
space where you can get it.
I want to make sure we can justify keeping her up here. We need more oppositional voices.
Yes.
Alrighty. Aliana, state your case, and then we will start the 15-minute timer.
I'm a second generation immigrant, so naturally I'm anti-remigration. I believe in open borders. I don't believe in borders, actually. I think that's just made up by the state. Something to divide us.
Like laws and liberties and the laws of physics.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Begin.
Yeah. So I'm glad we have another truther here. It is actually feeling really good to be a border abolitionist. So I guess we're just gonna have to get the conservatives to start this up.
Honestly,
Since we're already pretty clear in our
kumbaya.
positions.
Get rid of the borders. Let's all hold hands and pretend nations never existed.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, chat emoji.
You could chat emoji.
So,
Sorry,
I'd like to
Chad
ask a
Jack. My bad. I'm
question.
tired.
For everybody
ahead.
that wants to abolish the borders, do you think
Oh,
that
God.
every single country in the world should abolish their borders as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Now we're cooking.
I mean, well, if you add the stipulation that everyone decides to instantly stop doing bad things.
No, I don't even need it. I don't think I need to go that far. Everyone does bad things, and there's a system in place already of law and order that we can implement. And even as much as I hate saying law and order.
Oh fuck.
Oh, but everyone's
like,
law and order is different. So whose law and order is going to be the best one?
I mean, I would personally want to recommend a reform to prisons in the sense of being solely focused on rehabilitation. But like that's a different debate for another time.
Oh,
That being said,
fuck.
open borders.
Oh fuck, there's coyotes chasing me. Oh fuck.
So
The coyote chasing you? What?
Yes, Jesus Christ, there's coyotes chasing me.
Where are you, brother?
You right?
Mom, I'm just in the park. Why are there coyotes?
You're in the park?
I'm in the city.
Are you trolling?
Is he?
No, there are coyotes. Do you want to see them? I'll go back and record them.
What?
I mean,
No,
I don't want to.
doesn't
No,
camera
don't.
function work?
Because you'll dox yourself. Don't. No.
Oh yeah,
You're
you're
right.
right.
You're right. Fuck.
That's
No.
crazy.
Internet type shit.
Get to a safe
No,
place
for real.
quickly, or I'll have to drop you, please.
No, I'm
You're
getting.
derailing. No, hold on. You're derailing my debate panel. Please get to a safe
I'm
location,
sorry,
or I will be forced to drop you. Thank you. There are people waiting behind you. Okay, keep going.
Okay, yeah. So conservatives, you got any questions for us, or are we just kind of owning right now, or what's the dealio?
I mean, I wouldn't really call myself a conservative.
Fair enough. But regardless, anti-immigration, I will say for the sake of this debate, are we kind of owning y'all, or do we have anything we want to work on here?
Other
I
than a
mean,
large portion of the immigrants just adding to the homeless population.
Sure. I think that would be more of an economics issue of having to give people a livable wage, but you know, that's kind of separate as well.
Well, this isn't a debate about universal
Yeah,
income,
that's
buddy.
what I'm
I'm not
saying. That's not.
talking about
Oh,
that.
I'm not even talking about UBI. I'm livable wage. Like, and even then, it's not relevant to the debate. You are correct. Like I said, every counter argument here seems to be one of a completely different discussion topic. But
so
broadly speaking, okay, go ahead.
so I have a question. Let's say you buy a house. Do you want a bunch of random people you don't know just entering this house like whenever the fuck they want?
I don't think a country
Without
is
asking.
equivalent to that of our house.
I
Lana's
mean,
good
I
at
don't think
this.
these are analogous.
This is redundant.
Lana's
They
asking the
already
real
made the
questions.
but it
point
kind of,
Keep going.
No, well,
Yeah,
but
I'm
it
just
I just
saying,
kind
don't
of
think this is
is
analogous.
though.
not
Well,
not to counter our own argument, but we've already established that illegal immigrants have less home security crimes than actual Americans. So once again, this is
True.
just looping back to another issue
Sorry,
in America.
I know I'm supposed to show
It really much
favoritism,
is.
but
So
keep going.
when you say like
No,
walking into your house, do you mean, is that a metaphor for the nation, or do you mean literally the house?
yes,
yeah,
it
they
is.
think a metaphor is
It's a
equivalent to that of a
metaphor.
nation, which is just, I don't think it's analogous even slightly. And even if it
Well,
were, I would say that like I would be willing to give people a room if they wanted
Didn't we walk to
to,
the
you know,
Indian
so
towns and
a
say
complete
mine?
stranger. Let's say you have kids, like a family, a wife. You're gonna let a
wait,
complete
whoa,
stranger
now
in your
now
house.
we're changing it up. Who family in this analogy?
Just let's say you do. Let's say this is the future. You have a
No,
family. You're
but
gonna
this
let
is
a complete
in the
stranger
broader
stay in your
analogy.
house.
Who is the family? Are we
Yours.
talking about whiteys? Are we
America.
talking about our Aryan brethren? Who are we talking about?
No, just
Do you
like U.S. citizens. Let's say U.S. citizens.
But
You're
wouldn't that
so
be like, what if you immigrate
But
from
they're not my
Texas to
family.
California?
There's
Aren't you as much of a stranger?
yeah,
like
don't like
are
do
New
you
Yorkers
not
and
do you
Californians
interact with
really
your
like
neighbors?
siblings?
I'm sorry. You guys were talking at the same time. What'd you guys say?
Sorry,
My fault.
I was trying to ask if Californians and New Yorkers are like siblings in this analogy because that doesn't really make a lot of sense.
But
Beyond
like,
us being brothers and sisters in the eyes of God, I guess.
No, something
no,
about
no. So I'm
America.
not.
Cultures may melt together and stuff, but we're also largely divided. Like a lot of our cultures and identities are very individual in states
Yes,
and
it's why
cities
this
and
family
such.
analogy doesn't
Okay.
really hold up, I don't think.
Everybody stop. I would like to hear from Warmish. Warmish, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I assumed that you were like on the progressive side of this equation. You might still be, I don't know. But you seem to be like, I'm not sure what your stance is. So go ahead and describe your stance on like.
I mean, I'm anti-ICE. I'm
anti-ICE.
anti-ICE.
Sure.
I just think this entire border argument is fucking stupid.
Okay, so let's talk borderless societies. Is that what we're talking?
Borders exist for a reason.
Okay, borderless
That's what we were
societies. I'm in
talking for
favor
a
of borderless
second,
societies. I think everybody here is in favor of borderless societies. Let's switch the discussion to that, shall we?
Sure, why not?
Perfect. I think that
Not a lot of
borderless
people
is
here
okay.
defending
So,
ICE.
real quick, let's let Warmish give your full stance on why you do not believe in a borderless society. And I'll pause the timer here.
Because it's not viable. Because it's an anarchistic. It's an anarchistic pipeline dream. We can look at any society in which groups of people invade other nations. I mean, I get not wanting to have a border, but people are typically defined by what they typically believe in groups. While at the same time, we can look at how if you don't have a border, and let's say you're in, let's take World War II, Poland not having a good border resulted in them getting conquered. We can also look at the French. The French got conquered. We have borders not just because of immigration. We also have borders so we can keep our nation safe. That's the reason why we have them in the first place. And arguing against them, all you're doing is you're taking away security that would be important.
Okay, but when we talk about a border, sorry, it's been such a long time. Please, I gotta get it in. I gotta.
Go ahead,
so
Alec. Go
when
ahead,
we're
go ahead.
talking about, when we're talking about borders, okay, you can have security at the border, right? Like, that's fine. You can have like a checkpoint to make sure that the people entering certain areas are good. That's fine. I just think that it should be quick and easy. You know, like a metal detector, background check, and that's it. And then you're good. It's like I want it to be like crossing state lines. What's wrong with crossing state lines?
So you're not arguing against. So you're not arguing against borders. That's borders.
Do you feel the same way as I do?
Yeah, I would say that I think a bit more legislation would need to get done, especially in the United States. But other than that, yeah.
You just sound very concerned.
Wait, are we
with,
talking
like,
short term or long term?
Well, you just sound very.
I think I'm not
Go on.
Borderless
concerned. The
nations
problem
as
is
in nations with
hold
no
on.
defined border.
Hold on. The issue that I'm having here is it sounds like there's a couple of, or at least it sounds like there's like an anarchistic argument for no borders. And I genuinely think that's like one of the worst takes anyone can have.
Okay, sure, but are we talking short term or long term?
Oh, jeez.
Okay, you can make this argument for even long term. Long term, it won't even fucking work because human beings naturally are going to fight and disagree with each other on cultural and political and
Okay.
social and economic lenses.
My stance is that the border is purely imaginary. It's a line that we made up. Okay? So I think that people should be able to cross as easily as they cross states. I don't see the problem with that.
I don't disagree with that either. That isn't the argument. Like, I would agree. I agree more with the EU system on how you deal with the border. Which is, hey,
then
you
it
have
just
an
sounds like then it just sounds like we agree then. Why are you up here?
No,
Hold on, hold on.
wait, no.
We gotta make the distinction. We gotta make the distinction.
borderless.
There's two arguments here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Borderless
but-
states, as in states that do not have borders, not just border lines. That would be states without border lines. This is borderless states, as in there's no border.
Oh my God.
May
When
I-
we say
may I-
borderless
I would
states,
prefer no
we
state.
don't mean that we don't delineate between the land masses. What we mean is that it's an invisible line that may as well not be there.
Yeah, but the line's gonna be
Like,
there.
we are
so like, why are
pro-freedom
we
of
arguing
movement.
against the line not being there?
Well, then it's
I don't
undefined
hold on.
borders.
No
The
one's
border's
argu-
undefined
that's-
then.
Sure, you can argue for movement. Sure, you can argue for movement. I don't disagree with that. The issue that I'm having is you're using a very specific term that would result in no borders for any nation, and that's asinine. That's just
Why?
A
Why
genuine
is that asinine?
take.
Why? They just
Why do
end
we
up
need a
being
nation?
when we
Well,
okay.
again, I'm
there's-
gonna use. Okay, so again, Alec, I'm gonna use a very common example. If we go
Mhm.
look at other nations, don't other nations invade other nations?
Yeah, but
Oh,
we're
geez.
talking about, and like we're talking about. Well, also that happens in the United States, by the way. Like people commit crimes against each other all the time. So like, we don't have borders between houses.
Yeah, but
you know,
I
like
would
just
agree,
to
and
make
they get
sure.
extradited, and they get extradited by the other state.
Huh? They get extradited by the other
May I
state.
Yeah, people commit crimes in other states, and they get extradited.
Okay, if somebody commits a
Okay.
crime against you, they get tried in a court of law, right?
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Okay, so then if a whole lot of people commit a crime against you, they all would get tried in a court of law, right?
No shit.
Okay,
No
then it
shit.
sounds like you don't really need a border because it works the same way
No,
regardless. Now, you don't need like
Alec, no.
a border.
You're using it because you're
with-
still arguing for a border. Alec, you're still arguing for a border.
How? Okay, how?
You
In what
still are.
sense?
We'd have to-
All
Oh, I
It's-
want hold on. I want an easy system while I'm able to vent people in. That's still a border.
So what would America do? Would we have just like giant poles with cameras on them and have people take shifts watching the cameras?
See, that's kind of the
Okay,
problem. Like,
no.
are you specifically saying less borders, or are
Warmish.
you saying no borders?
Warmish, I'm confused because
Yeah.
when I say that we should be able to cross borders as easily as we cross state borders, right? You seem to agree with that, right?
Yeah.
You agree? Okay, then what's the problem?
You said borderless.
Yeah, I've crossed state borders without
Oh
even
my
hitting a
God,
checkpoint.
you're just
in the past.
arguing
Like, my dad does a
semantics.
lot of road trips.
All I mean is that you can
This isn't
cross
semantics.
easily.
Wait, it's not semantics.
It is.
Dog. It's the concept. The concept is
it very
freedom
much
of
is.
movement.
I don't disagree
Freedom of
with
movement.
that. But you
Do
said
you?
borderless. Do you not see the grammatical issue with the word that you're stating?
The grammatical issue.
Why do we need here? I'll even here. If you want, I can take the step for. Why do we need a checkpoint for people to come through? You don't like people just go here, go there.
Vet people to make sure people don't. The vet people. So you'd want to do it for security reasons, and so the state doesn't end up getting attacked.
I forgot to start the timer again, so I'm giving us 2 minutes. I'm giving us 2 minutes, and then we're pulling up the next.
Okay, so here I'll put it this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. But as someone who has been on the road for most of his life, I will say there are countless times where I've been able to cross over state lines without ever hitting so much as a checkpoint. I don't see the issue.
States are different than nations. States are different than
Wait,
nations.
no, but you just asked. Wait, no, because we just literally
different
talked
than nations.
about the state line. We just talked about the state line, dude.
States are different than nations. Like a state,
Okay,
a
so if
United
no
States
nation-
state, or no, I'm gonna keep going. Or Canadian, like provincial, like a province, is completely different than a nation bordering another nation. They're not the same. One's within your nation, one is going into another nation. They're not the same.
Okay, what if the concept of the nation didn't exist and we just had pieces of land that people went between?
Well, I mean, we could, yeah, and we could say unicorns exist, but they don't fucking exist.
No. I'm saying very clearly, we can
Wouldn't that
have people
just be
just
smaller
cross over
countries?
from one place to another.
Okay,
as
I'm going to
simply as
stop.
we go from state to
Stop everything. I'm pausing the timer. We got 1 minute. Warmish, here's what I need from you.
Yeah.
I need to know what your stance on borders is. What is a border to you?
Do you
What
not-
ought to hold on? What ought to be enforced at the border? Okay, and how ought society to look between nations with the borders intact? Please proceed. Go on. Be very clear.
So I would say there's three characteristics of a border. Number one, it's a divided line between one nation and another. So you typically have security. Number two, you have a vetting process for going into a border. And then three, you have a legal way of going into that border.
Okay, so it is more difficult.
Border is.
So it is more difficult to cross a national border in your world than it is to cross from, say, Ohio to Indiana, correct?
Yeah, no shit. Yes.
Okay. That's all I was trying to get
one's
at.
a state, one's
Okay?
not a nation. One's a
Proceed.
state,
We have
one's
1
not a
minute.
nation.
We have 1 minute, and then we are going to vote down one person from each side because Luna seems to want to come up in favor of borders. Go.
Yeah, so in response to that, my only question is why should it be the case that
Okay, never mind,
things
Luna.
are much harder than just traveling between one state and another?
So what's the question again?
Why should it be harder to go from, let's say, Mexico to the US? Or like let's say an upper province of Mexico to Texas. Why would it be harder to do that than it would be to go from Pennsylvania to whatever neighbors Pennsylvania? We hate Pennsylvania here.
Yeah, so number one is
20
the
seconds.
interstate traveling between a federal versus local, right? So federal versus state, right? So same thing in Canada, you have federal and then provincial, while the other one is one nation to another. And within that, within you traveling from one nation to another nation, you need to make
So who
sure
cares?
that you need to have who cares? I care.
Yeah, who cares?
I think
Why?
multiple nations in the world, all nations care. Okay, let's
Finish up
take
your
this from
point.
like an example. Why do the Ukrainians care if they have a border?
Okay, everybody stop. We can answer that in a
Because they're
second.
being invaded?
We can hold on. We can answer that in a second. All right. We need to vote. Are we dropping Aliana or are we dropping James? Let me know in the side chat in the Discord server. If you are not in the Discord server currently, you can type !debate in any of the chat channels and you can join the Discord server and get on the platform if you would like. We are looking for people who are anti-open borders. We're talking about anti-open borders. Okay? I like open borders. James likes open borders. Aliana likes open borders. So.
And Aliana, I will send coyotes after him if I am voted
No.
off. This is true.
Aliana, honestly, I haven't heard anything from you. I don't know why everybody's voting
don't-
James, to be honest.
I meant to talk, but like everyone was speaking over me, kinda. Like
Okay, fair
I
enough.
tried asking.
Yeah.
Fair
I did
enough.
ask.
I mean, yeah, I'm willing to give him a shot.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure. We have heard enough from James. James, we are going to drop you in favor
have.
of... It looks like... Was Anarchitty next? I thought somebody else was first.
I believe Anarchitty might have looped back around.
Alrighty, we're looped back around
I
officially.
think Anarchitty
that-
looks like the only person in line.
That being
Alrighty.
said, y'all have a wonderful day.
All right,
Appreciate
take
y'all.
care, James. Thanks for coming up.
Sayonara.
All right, Anarchitty, you're back.
Back again. All right.
Alrighty,
So
Anarchitty, real quick,
we moved on to whether or not we should have a borderless society, right?
Borderless society, open borders, what have you. Go ahead and give us your stance on that. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. Once Anarchitty's done, I will start the 15-minute timer as soon as I get back. You guys can have an open discussion after Anarchitty is through with their intro statement. Go ahead.
All right. So with my reviews on borders, what do we have borders for? All right. Is it for security? Well, no, we have security within states that can handle that for us. Is it for this reason or that reason? No. The reason that borders exist is to establish who owns ownership over land. All right. That's basically my view of it. And hold on. I had to take a drink. With regards to who owns that land, who has the right to own that land? Well, I would argue that there should not really be such a thing as owning land per se. So following from that, my position on board is that I don't think they should exist. I don't think that they have I don't think that they, I'm trying to think of how to explain this. I don't particularly think they serve much use outside of separation of who out of separation of who quote unquote owns land, which I do not think anybody.
Can I ask a question?
Should. Yeah, go ahead.
So, again, with the house argument, do you think people shouldn't be able to buy houses then? Because that is technically owning land.
Well, there's a difference between the autonomy that you have over a house and the ordinance of a country. So I would say that the house argument kind of falls apart in that sense.
Well, so I'm more of just talking about houses right now because what you're saying is people shouldn't be allowed to buy land. Does that apply to houses, or are you just saying like countries? And
I'm
like
mostly
states and
talking.
stuff?
I'm mostly talking about with regards to countries. People can still have houses, have like something,
Okay.
something like a place to live, like
land.
shelter. I would consider that. No,
May I
shelter
ask
is
a
where you
question?
live.
Not just shelter. We need factories. We need restaurants. We need all sorts of infrastructure for these buildings, which is on land owned by our country.
Yeah.
May I ask?
Who's to say that the ownership of that land is what is? Who's to say that all of that is a byproduct of owning land? Like you can
Whose factory is it?
Whose factory is it? Well,
The workers.
Yeah,
workers.
The guy who owns it
should be owned.
Workers.
It should be democratically
he
owned, I think.
owns the
But
factory. So does he own the land the factory's on?
do you own the land the factory is on? No, you own the factory.
Why not?
Why not? Because what ownership should you have over land? Land is not something to be owned.
So
I mean, you can say that,
again,
but land is owned.
So anyone should be able to put anything anywhere without having to ask anyone?
Yes.
The anarchism arguments just doesn't work.
that
So can I just build
that
my
sounds
house
like a terrible
directly
idea.
on top of your house?
So borders. Also, this entire
Right.
argument
Like-
that borders aren't. Also, this entire argument that borders aren't for security is completely unfounded.
Insane.
Borders are for security. That's the reason. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Why does Ukraine have a border? Right now in the Ukrainian-Russian war, why does Ukraine have a border?
I think if we dissolve,
Why does Ukraine have a border? Because those borders are pretty were like arbitrarily established by the people who were in charge of Ukraine in order to establish this is what Ukraine is. That
Yeah,
is the
so why
same
do
for
they
any
have
country
yeah,
in
so
this
why do
world.
they have a yeah, so why are they defending that border if you don't think borders should
Why are they
exist?
defending that border? Because they have because they're under the impression that they well, for one thing, if we're talking about the war, it's because Russia was aggressing upon them. But if we're going to talk about like in general why countries draw borders, it's because again, they're arbitrary
Okay.
lines decided upon
Again, it's
by
for
people in charge. Hold on. They are arbitrary lines decided upon by people in charge in order to delineate. Okay, what land do we own in a sense?
Sure.
I'm dropping it to
Sure,
12
and
minutes.
Sure, and that's sure, and I get that argument, but you saying, well, borders aren't for security, it's just plainly untrue.
not.
We can go look at the Russian Ukraine. They are. Russia is invading Ukraine, and Ukraine's using. They're defending their border with the military. By definition, that's doing it for security. Also, if you, but they are. Also, in terms of any international relations theory, or you look at any understanding of what a nation is, you defend that land, or you defend your identity, or you defend your sovereignty while having a force. So you saying, well, they already have a force, that by definition is a border. So which one is it? Do you not want to have a border which will result in no forces and a completely decentralized state, or do you believe that there is defense?
Necessarily
So
entail
that's
borders. There are plenty of anarchist. There are anarchist societies that have had militaries. For fuck's sake, like anarchists aren't opposed to the
so let's
idea
go
that we
through.
should be
Okay,
able to defend ourselves.
So let's go through those anarchistic societies. Catalonia ended up getting taken over and invaded by Francisco
because they had to
Franco,
fight two
and later
armies at
had to
once.
even centralize themselves. Well, yeah, because
because they had to fight
yeah,
two armies
absolutely,
at
but that's
once.
also because they
By the time that
they also but they lost. Sure, but they lost. They
Fought
got
more than
invaded
two
by a
armies
superior
at
force.
Yeah, of course
Also,
you'd lose if you were fighting two
no-
armies at once. That's how war works.
Well, maybe having a secure border or being able to work with
That's
a
a
different group
lie.
of people would make it more than likely. Number two, let's take the
Who's to say that
Mexican
a
anarchists.
Who's to say that a
The
border would have
Mexican
helped
anarchist.
there? Who's to say that a border would have helped?
I think
Yeah, I really
mean,
doubt
they
border
technically had a
guards
border, and
Anybody.
they had soldiers,
also work.
they had soldiers enforcing that, which would have made that a state. They were a proto-state. They weren't anarchistic at all. So your argument based off
Okay,
the
I
idea
haven't read
of,
up on my
oh, well,
Catalonia
they were
shit in a
defending
while, so
themselves.
Lana, did you want to say something?
yeah, defending yourself isn't against anarchism, right?
Hold on. Lana, did you want to say
Like, you
something?
can still be an anarchist and
Okay,
Hold
and it,
on.
I just sent it in
hold
the
on,
chat.
we gotta
Oh,
let Lana
if
speak.
Ru-
Hold on.
oh my God.
Hold on, Lana, please speak. I haven't heard from you in a minute. Goofball, I haven't heard from you in a minute either.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I haven't gotten really a chance to. They've been having a real good back and forth.
Yeah,
I
let's
couldn't
switch
really
it up.
just
Lana-
say anything or cut in.
Lana, you first, and then Goofball, and then we'll get back to it. I want to hear from everybody.
What about me?
Well, I just wanted to read this
Yeah, Aliana
portion
too,
of
sorry.
the article. It says, as of 2026, none of the countries in the world officially have open borders. While a few countries have open border agreements with a select few other countries, the majority of nations opt instead for border policies that place at least a few additional limitations on individuals' ability to enter or exit the country. These restrictions are typically intended to safeguard national security or preserve business ecosystems. So, America is not an exception. Like, we're literally doing what every other country does. So I think people saying like only America should take down its borders and, making a big deal about the fact that America is trying to strengthen its borders, like, it's just kind of ridiculous. I mean, every other country does it.
Okay, here's what I'll do. Aliana, do you want to reply to that?
Position that we should use
Hold
force
on,
defense in
Kitty,
general.
please. We need to let other people talk. Aliana, you want to
Sorry.
respond to that, and then we'll let Goofball go, and then we'll open it back up.
Sorry, Alec.
It's all good.
I'll let you. Sorry.
All right, I'm not the brightest, and she used a lot of big words.
I'm dropping you, man. Any other leftists want to come up?
All right. I guess it's a 2v. I guess it's a
2v2 once more.
James and Colonel.
All right,
One second.
James.
All right.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me just swap over PlayStation. Bing.
All right. We got 8 minutes on the clock. I have it paused. James, give your stance on open borders, please.
I am very much pro open borders. Much like yourself, I want a society in which it is as easy as possible to go from one area to another. It is the same as being on the road, for example, and going between one state and another.
All right, timer starts. Go. Goofball, I want you to reply to that, please.
Which I think sounds like a pipe dream, because there's actually no way that you can have an open border without some military force or weapon going through and hurting the other civilization. They
Military
need
force?
protection
From what nation? From what nation? If we live in a border,
Well,
like
the U.S.
completely
doesn't
borderless, I'm
need to
talking.
worry about that, but we're talking about the world here.
Yeah,
We're not talking about
the
borderless
world,
countries for
I'm
the
talking
U.S.
borderless for
We're
everyone.
talking
I'm
about
talking
the
borderless
world.
for everyone. Yeah, I'm talking borderless for everyone. Why should we? What military if they don't have a border either?
Okay, you want to talk about African countries real quick and how they have to have men at like posts at borders to make sure those borders don't get
What borders? Wait, if they don't have
tantalized at
borders,
all?
what borders? I don't think you're. I don't think you're
They have
thinking this
borders.
through a lot. Yeah, but
They
if
have borders.
we're talking
No,
long term, I'm talking long term.
about what.
Okay.
I'm talking about why they had them.
Okay, do you know
Let
how
me
border...
expand.
Okay, how did borders start? Do you know? How did borders start? Let's walk through it. How did they start?
Security.
No.
Security.
How did they start? Because
secure a country
we all...
or
So
land.
all humankind came from one group of humanoids, right? Or like you know, like we...
Pangea.
Yeah, so at one point,
Do you know what
right,
tribes
way
are?
back when,
In-group
humanity
security.
sprung forth, and there were just a bunch of us running around trying to figure shit out,
Security
right?
from what is the question?
Right? We're going
Yeah.
way
In
back.
groups in society.
Okay,
And
so that
dramatic
happened,
expression.
and what started happening? We started
then
shit flinging at each
people
other. We
started
were
to
throwing
find
shit at each
other
other,
people.
throwing rocks at each other because we were angry and idiots. Angry idiots. And then we started setting up walls. Because we were angry idiots who were scared of the other angry idiots, and we flung shit at each other over the walls and called them borders. We are past that. Let's evolve, please.
We are not past.
No, no, no,
Russia,
no, no,
Alec,
no,
Russia,
no, no,
you,
no,
Alec,
no.
Russia,
That's the
Ukraine,
start of war.
Russia, Ukraine, Alec, Russia, Ukraine.
Hold on, Mike.
That's the start of walls, sir. That is not the start of borders at all.
It is absolutely the start of borders.
Start of borders.
So if the
Russia,
purpose
Ukraine?
of secure borders.
Okay, you
If the
keep
purpose of
pivoting back to
borders is secure-
Russia, Ukraine, and you're trying to make it seem like because
you
one
have
force is
around your
aggressing.
house
Wait,
a
wait, wait,
border from
goofball.
society.
Goofball.
Hold on.
Goofball. You're trying
Hold
to
on.
argue that because one force is aggressing upon another force, that there's no need for, or that there's a 100% need for borders for the sake of security.
Well, I'm not
We're
saying
arguing
that a
there's
physical
no need
wall is a
Are
barrier.
for security.
I mean, a border.
Borders are for
I'm not
security,
saying
though.
a-
Borders
We're,
are
I'm
for
not
security.
saying a
we're arguing that we
physical
can
wall
still
is a
delineate
border.
between two pieces
Security
of
from
land
what?
without needing like
No,
without needing a security force.
I'm saying that a border is not a wall per se. It is a
wall provides a
line
border between you and
delineated
something
to
else. That is
say that this
definitionally a
is this
border.
country and this is that
entirely
country.
with borders.
What is it for? What is it for?
There are borders that have
War.
existed without walls in history.
What is it good?
There
I'm
are.
not
Can you name
okay.
Can you name
Forget the
The
wall.
EU, the EU,
It's an
the EU,
it's
the EU
it's
borders in Europe.
the wall was a metaphor. It was all a metaphor. Okay? The point is that we have these delineations because we fucking hate each other. We need to get over it and just abolish the borders. Let us move
And we
freely
fucking hate each
from
other.
one land to another.
Gonna work.
Hold on.
I mean, Alec,
Okay, here.
hold on.
No, I have a
Okay,
better
so
idea.
Alec,
Actually, I have a better
that's-
idea. How about we take each country and divide it up a million times, and then we draw borders outside of all the million pieces, and then we'll be extra safe. We'll be super safe then, right? We'll be really safe, right? No! Oh, wow! It sounds like borders kind of suck, actually.
That's cool how you're making that argument.
About walls.
It sounds like the
It's
take you're having doesn't work at
Hold on,
all.
hold on. We gotta go one at a time. There's a lot of people shouting over each
8
other.
billion
not
borders.
about
That's
walls,
I'm
damn it.
genuinely hearing a take that's horrible.
Hold on. So if the purpose of borders is security, then security from what is the question?
Sure.
Security
Yeah.
from other groups attacking them. and also wanting the free
Wait,
exchange.
That sounds like
That's what the
anxiety.
EU that's
I
what the EU
diagnose
Yeah,
your.
yeah, 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 yeah,
I
so I'ma gi- yeah,
diagnose.
so I'ma give you
I.
yes, I'ma
You have
yes, I'ma give
militaries
you
for
all
that. You don't
yes,
need
I'ma give you
borders for
yes, I'ma
security
give
from
you
other
an
nations.
example. So I'ma give you an example. I'ma give you an example of how a specific organization deals with immigration. If you go
Okay.
look at the EU laws, they have exactly what you want. They have free travel, they have IDs, they have it to where you can excessively be able to travel. While at the same time, the reason they have borders is because they want to have their own cultural identities. They want to be able to have their own economics. While
You can
also
have
at the
that
same
without
time,
borders.
you have a border for okay. So you also have
You
border
know
for
what?
security. And again, may I
You
bring
don't
up the
need
current
borders
example?
for
I'm
security.
gonna
That's
no,
what
I'm gonna keep. I'm
militaries
gonna.
are
I'm
for.
going to
That's what
keep.
armies
I'm
are
going
for.
to keep. I'm going to keep going. You can also right now. The reason why Ukraine has a border is because they got invaded. They should have got invaded.
Well,
You
no,
have
no, no. That's
another
not why
nation
they had
trying
the
to
border.
take
They
over
had the
those
border
borders.
after the
You have
USR was fucking annihilated. What do you mean? You can't just lie
right.
about history for the sake of an argument, gang.
Lie,
They had a
lie in
border
what way?
only
Lie in what way?
after
Lie in what way?
the USSR collapsed because they
Okay, I'm
fucking
talking
left
about right
rights to
now.
slavery.
Yeah, yeah,
Wait,
I
no, no,
know.
no.
Yeah,
Wait, right
I
now they don't have a
understand that.
border
No,
right now.
no,
We're
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about where
I'm
the
talking about
borders
right.
came from.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
Hey,
oh my,
Warmish,
yeah. Am I
Warmish,
gonna?
Okay.
Warmish. We're talking about where the
Oh
Okay.
borders
my.
came
Jesus.
from,
What?
buddy.
We're having people talking over
Hold up,
another.
Warmish.
We're talking about where the
Hold
borders
up.
came
Hold
from.
up.
Yeah, it's
Warmish.
Yeah,
Warmish, you're gonna finish. James,
yeah.
you're gonna reply, and then I want to hear from people I haven't heard from, specifically Lana. We have 2 minutes.
oh lord.
Yeah. So again,
I guess I'll save my thought.
if we take Ukraine, right? Ukraine's borders does come from the 1990s. I don't disagree, but right now Ukraine is having to protect their sovereignty so they don't get invaded and get fucking ethnically cleansed and possibly genocided by another group of people. That's why you have borders.
So if Russia didn't have a border as well as Ukraine, would that have been a problem?
Yes, 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 yes. Way
Why would
worse.
it have been a
The
problem?
Ukrainians would be fucking gone.
Curious.
Do you not know what Russia is trying to do to
Okay.
Ukraine?
Okay. Hey.
Wait, how would they even organize their military if they don't have a border?
I'll wait.
No, 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 no,
I'll
no,
wait.
no, no, no. Do you know what Russia? No, 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 no. Do you know what Russia is trying to do to Ukraine?
I do know they're trying to enact a genocide. Yes.
They're trying to ethnically cleanse an entire group of population
Yes.
right now. They're trying to take
Even when as far
a
as to say
group of people
genocide.
and not allow
Yes.
them.
Okay.
Yeah, they're
Lana.
trying to take
Problem
an
have
entire
been
group of people
possibility
and make sure
if
they don't
Russia
have
didn't
make sure
have
they
a
don't
border.
exist.
They couldn't
Stop.
organize under
You
one
two,
border.
stop. Lana, what are your...
Russians would be able to
Stop.
flood the Russians would be able to flood the
Warmish.
Ukrainians. That's what they did.
Warmish. Thank you. Lana, what are your thoughts?
Donetsk and Luhansk.
I want to hear from Lana.
On what specifically? I feel like there's a lot going on. It's very overstimulating.
My apologies.
Like what specifically?
How about my rant? Tell me what you thought about my rant.
Border stuff.
Your rant about how borders should be open and then
We
put
should
a
divide
million
every country
borders
into a million
and stuff
tiny
like that.
pieces and draw a border around all of them. It's a good idea, right? What do you think?
Okay, what would be in each of those individual borders?
Yeah, a few people, a few thousand maybe.
Like how? First of all, how?
Why?
Few hundred. Smaller the better, right? Got to divide them up. That's how they're
Honestly,
safe.
can we have 8 billion borders?
Yeah.
Can we have
So-
8 billion borders?
Okay,
So
what are
they
your
wouldn't
thoughts?
be able to go
We should.
in.
And sorry.
So like they wouldn't be able to go in between.
They'd each be their own
Like
country.
it would just be these 1,000 people.
They'd each be their own country. What do you think of that? I just want your response real quick, and then we'll vote.
Of just 1,000 people?
Sure. If you don't have
and
any
you're talking
thoughts,
about
that's okay.
Every single country, not just America.
Yeah, all of it. All landmass. Yes.
I feel like that's
You can go like a few hundred
I feel like I would rather
miles.
pull the trigger.
There you go. See? That's all I wanted. Okay. All right. Let's vote.
I would not want to be involved.
We have 3 pro-border folks, Lana, Goofball, and Warmish. You must vote to remove 1. We have 2, well 3, but I'm special. We have 2 anti-border people, Anarkitty and James. You must vote to remove 1. Please preferably put both in the same comment. if you are in the Discord server only. If you're not in the Discord server, press exclamation debate, press enter, and then you'll get into the Discord server and even join the discussion. It's pretty fucking cool. Vote now. You have 1 minute. Are we removing on the anti-border side? Lana, Goofball, or Warmish? Remove one. On the sorry, that's the pro-border side. On the anti-border side, Anarchitty or James? Remove one.
I still have the OnlyFans.
I got
chat.
Oreos that I can share with people if they don't vote for me.
What's your question?
That's right.
So you're anti-border, right?
Correct. I think if we have borders, they are just to delineate
so
names
then
of land
why would
masses.
So why would you make the suggestion of doing the millions of borders then?
He was being exaggerative or hyperbolic.
Folks, you have 10 seconds to vote somebody out.
As I just came back, since I just came back, I will offer up the OnlyFans one more time. There was a non-zero chance I'll make one if I stay in.
Hey, what do you want? What do you want? Oreos or pay for news? Free Oreos, mind you. I don't discriminate. This is what anarchism is about, baby. Distributing things to the people who need it. And people need Oreos, right?
I got some Oreos here too.
Yeah.
Okay, we have 2 votes for Lana.
Yeah, but mine are free.
Excuse me. Okay. Lana, you have been voted out. Do you have anything else to add before we drop you?
Not really. I kind of respect everybody's individual views. I feel like that's a human right. So it's nice talking to you guys, and thank you for having me up here.
All righty.
Well, it was a wonderful
Take care.
question that
Thanks
you
for coming
came
up.
anyway. Have a good day.
All right, next. We need to drop
Who's the Wokazoid who got taken off?
Hold on. Do we have anybody else waiting for open borders? Is there anybody waiting who's pro open borders?
Depends
Probably,
on what Colonel
probably
thinks.
Chainsaw, right? Probably Chainsaw.
Chainsaw's not in
Colonel,
chat
I thought
right now.
Colonel, I thought you were anti-open
Colonel.
borders, Colonel. Wasn't Colonel anti? Am I misremembering?
He might be.
I thought
Or
you
they
asked
might be. I
Colonel
don't
and
know.
Oh, no,
I
no,
don't know
no.
what
Colonel's
Colonel
pro.
wants.
Okay, Colonel's pro. Okay, Colonel's been waiting. Okay. So Colonel's pro, or sorry, anti-open borders. No, I got that wrong. Colonel's pro open borders. Okay, so we're going to drop either
He's gonna
James.
take over Alec. He can't read a script.
We're going to drop either James or Anarchitty. Who is it going to be?
He said in the chat he's anti.
You're anti-open borders?
Jim,
Never
give
mind.
to an Alec. Jeez,
We got to get this right.
Make up your mind already, Colonel. Make up your mind. Colonel.
Okay, we're going to pull up Luna.
right.
We got Luna, and then Tasselhoff, and then Colonel waiting in the anti-open borders.
Fuck yeah.
Oh no,
Hopefully
I got
it's
to.
Alrighty, Luna,
Fuck yeah.
state your
Let's go.
case,
Let's go.
and then we will start the 15-minute timer. Go.
Okay. Is my audio good? I just wanted to check.
It's a little quiet.
Please turn it up, actually.
A little low.
Are we better?
A little bit, but can you
Not
turn it
by
up even
much.
more?
Okay. This is probably the highest.
Oh,
we
that's
got.
perfect.
Okay, perfect.
That's
Thank you.
good.
Okay,
Okay.
state your case.
So my main thing is I agree with the open border thing in like context of like civilians moving through, like someone driving between state lines. But for countries like I assume all of you are from the West, correct? Like Western countries.
Yes.
So you guys don't
Yeah,
know
I'm
how.
not-
So you guys don't know. So you guys don't know how it feels. Okay, great. So the reason why borders exist with countries is to defend. Like we brought up the Russia-Ukraine thing. The reason why countries like Ukraine has borders is because of countries like Russia and like expansionist powers that like to take power. If we were to get rid of all borders and this like hyper like fairy tale land, like okay, I could have $1 billion. Like this doesn't exist. It never will exist unless if there's like a global world order that exists. This will never exist. That's
Alright.
literally it.
So it largely sounds like your argument's coming from like an appeal to futility, where it's like, this is a nice idea in concept, but it won't really work in practice. Is that? Am I right?
Exactly.
Okay,
Wait, who's to say
but
that- who's to
it's
say
an
that won't
ideal
work
that
in
you work
practice? We don't-
toward, right? It's an ideal that you work toward.
To say
It's an ideal, yes. It's an ideal, yes, but this
eventually,
because
wouldn't
countries
you?
exist. And
Eventually,
let's say like let's say like the borders disappear. What stops someone from just creating a new country? A new group of people just comes up, and then they start taking land. A big rock. Okay, well, they have guns, and they shoot you.
Okay. Do you feel like your family would do that? Like your mom and dad? Do you feel like they would? Would they do it? Would they do that?
I feel like there's extremist
Would your mom
groups
and
in their
dad
countries that would.
would your mom and dad
Would my
take
mom
part
and
in?
dad?
Yes, would they take part in such a movement? I just want to know.
And what? And creating no borders?
Invading somebody else's borders and hurting them.
Invading another country. Yes, they would.
Your parents would. Okay, well, my parents are better than that,
Yes.
personally.
What?
My parents would not do that, I don't think.
Okay.
Okay? So, my point is, do you have people that you trust to not do that? Anybody in your life? At all? That's the point.
Yes, I have some friends, yes.
Okay.
But
so you trust
I'll
your
do
friends
it.
to not do that. So what's the
Trustable
difference?
people exist, so
So
we
what's-
should ignore the untrustable
Okay,
people.
so there's trust in people, obviously, but then there's
Okay.
countries, and countries they don't trust people. Some are expansionist, some are peaceful. You're always going to have a Russia in this equation. You're always going to have
you're
a
not.
Switzerland.
No, you
Switzerland
just
doesn't-
that
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you
Hold on.
Hush. No, I'm gonna say about this. So listen.
Only because you
There's
say
always going to
we
be a
are.
Russia in this factor. Hello.
Only because you say there will be.
Fucker, they're ethnically cleansing
There's
Ukrainians,
always
Alex.
there's always
Fucking
going to
ethnically
be
Ukrainian-
no.
ethnically
Let
cleansing
me
them.
take them. All right, let's go. I'll let you talk.
All right, so of course there's going to be people who are going to want to aggress upon other people, other groups of people, in any society. We are not arguing against having the right to defend yourself. We are if somebody is aggressing upon you, then you have the right to defend yourself.
your
If
local
somebody is
militia
aggressing
loses.
upon a group of people, that group of people has a right to defend themselves. What
Yes.
we're arguing against is the concept of borders being a security measure.
And they are, yes.
They are not. They're to delineate who owns what
Well,
land.
what stops
Okay, then what's a
people
border?
from
What's
just
a
killing
border
a
then?
small town and making a
Bor-
nation?
Like I
How
said,
many
it's
people
something
live
that
there?
it's something that delineates land ownership. If based off of a group, based off of
So
a
then
group
how
of
does-
people
oh,
or a group based off of what group of people in power own that land.
Okay, so let's say the USA owns their land, and then they own it. Yes, they have control over it. They exert power over their land. They control it, and they say no, we don't want you in. That's a border. Or they put
What if
restrictions
America says
because
there's no Mexican border decides, you know what? I just want Mexico. Nom.
legit. Okay, so if there's no border,
there wouldn't be a concept of a nation in a borderless society.
well, this is fairy tale land. This is never going to happen.
Okay, but
How do you
again,
stop the country from not
it's
okay.
How do
How do you blow up the country?
Okay, I got it.
How do you
Ready?
what?
Why do your friends not do it? What's so special about your friends? Why do they not participate in that activity?
My friends
There's
and what?
reinforcement mechanism in place to stop it.
What
me?
mechanism? What mechanism? What's stopping them?
Force.
Force? What force?
Social, economic.
Social, economic.
by the state.
Okay. Oh, the state?
Social, economic, and military.
Okay, so as long as
Yeah,
the state stops people from doing that, we're good, right?
Yes. So
Okay.
arguing for open-
Then it sounds like we're good.
Yes.
We don't need borders.
Okay. No, because because the argument that's getting prescribed, the main argument that's getting prescribed is we shouldn't have that. Like at least from the couple of anarchists in this fucking room, I feel like y'all don't fucking understand how a nation like Ukraine currently is no Alec, you've been trying to fucking dodge the entire fucking time on this fucking point.
I
and
don't
it's
feel like
kinda-
I have, but okay.
So again, I'm actually gonna fucking
maybe?
you've
For
been dodging.
Okay,
You've been dodging.
okay,
You've been dodging.
just chill,
You've been
just
dodging
chill.
the entire point.
I'm not. Oh, no, stop! I'm not trying to offend you. Hold on, hold
It has
on.
nothing to do
Warmish,
with borders. It has everything to do with security, and that does not entail borders.
Warmish, you sound legitimately upset. Have I upset you?
Oh, okay. So
There's
then why?
a
so
border
then
is
why
security.
Ukrainian...
Borders exist for ownership purposes.
Alec, It's fine.
Who owns what
It's
land?
just
And then if
dodging.
you own it, if you
Okay,
own
I
it,
just want to
then
make sure we're good.
like why would you need a border then if you own it? Do you want to
Yeah,
do you
we're
want to
fine.
do you want to protect your
It is
property?
to delineate when you stop owning that piece, to delineate where your ownership begins and ends. That is how borders work.
Yes, and
Good night,
then if you
Sanity.
own it, someone can't take it, correct? Like usual, someone shouldn't take something that you own.
If we're talking
Wait,
if we're talking in the current purviews of society, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
So then
what
let's
if-
say I own this land. Someone can't take it. Someone can't build a house
Can
on
I
it.
just name an
Yeah?
example
If I
that
own
this
it.
has worked? So we
And
can
this is
move
a
on?
border.
Go ahead,
Wait, can I
James.
just
Let's
name
hear
an
the- let's hear
example?
the example.
Wait. Can I just name an example where this already has worked?
Let's hear.
Something happened.
Go ahead, James.
And the only reason that it ended up failing was due to American, invasion of this land. But
Let's hear.
native tribes in the West have already had this happen for centuries until the U.S.
No
said,
borders?
"Fuck it, we ball in."
No, Aztecs and no,
They did-
I would
they did
completely.
not.
No, they're not. They still fought. They still fought. You can look at the
Yeah,
Incas.
native
You can look
tribes
at
had
the
borders.
Wait, yes, they fought, but where were the borders? Where were the borders?
Somebody's very
You're bringing
loud.
borders.
Bringing
I'm
up
asking where the
indigenous.
borders
Okay, hold up.
Indigenous
What
nations.
map?
So, right, so I'm gonna
I'm
have
asking where the borders were, gang.
No, I know where the
Getting
borders
upset.
are.
I'm asking
Hold
where the borders
I
up.
know where they are.
Everybody
Okay,
stop.
so can I
Run out
Hold
and
on, hold on,
mine
hold on,
Stop.
their tribe.
Stop. Thank you. We're gonna let Warmish reply. We're gonna let Goofball go after that, and then Anarchitty. I haven't heard from you in a minute. That order, go.
Yes. Yeah, so indigenous tribes absolutely had borders. Their borders would change because they had migration patterns. But if you go look at the Cherokee and the Iroquois Confederacy, those are two major examples of groups of people that fought and fucking invaded each other because they did not want people to take over their land and try to not have their cultural identity fucking stolen.
Exactly.
The reason why you have borders or the reason why you have defense is so your cultural identity and what makes you you doesn't fucking go away.
Borders that shifted.
You can do that
Goofball.
without establishing borders. Sorry.
So Anar, I'm gonna ask. So I'm gonna ask then.
No. Goofball.
You're
Real quick.
Ukrainian. You're
Goofball.
a fucking Ukrainian. You are a
Goofball.
Ukrainian right now.
Goofball, Warmish.
Hold, no,
getting-
hold on. Just go ahead. We'll do it real quick. Go.
I'm respectfully holding my
You
peace.
are a Ukrainian. The other nation, which is Russia, does not believe you have a cultural identity. They believe you should assimilate into Russia, and then you've had Russians illegally settle into the lands that are Ukrainian. What do you do if there's no border? How do you fight them?
Real
You
quick.
would have to defend. You would have to defend yourself. First things
How?
first. The notion of Russia the notion of a country existing in a borderless society is kind of bunk. The whole point of a borderless society is that there is no concept of a country or a nation or a state. Second thing,
Okay, well,
second,
that's not
there's
happening today.
That's not
Hold
solving
on,
Russian
hold on,
Ukraine.
hold
That's
on.
so cool. That's not
Hold
solving
on.
Russian
Hold on,
Ukraine.
hold on, hold on.
Second thing, second.
Go. Anarchitty.
Okay. Second thing, second. There's no principle of like anarchism of a borderless society of whatever that says you cannot defend yourself in a situation in which some entity aggresses upon you. If somebody comes at you with a knife, no anarchist is going to say, we
Murder
don't have,
bad.
the something this and that, you can't defend yourself. No, they would say you absolutely defend yourself. There's not there.
Yeah, so the
is
Green
no
Armies, the
anarchist.
same
I
Green
know
Armies that
of-
also
Okay.
believe that they should defend their cultural
Goofball.
identity.
Goofball, you go.
Well, I've just been sitting here thinking about what about all this nations that don't have the money for 24/7 just rangers out there looking for people or security cameras where people can literally just wander into their country
Oh, that's
and
easy.
do whatever they want.
Sorry, are you done?
Because if
Well,
they
for
just
one thing,
wander
those
into
countries-
town with however many weapons or guns or whatever they fucking want and just like kill 20 people,
Okay.
what you gonna do?
The state can provide security
defend
cameras.
yourself.
That's easy.
There's-
What's the problem? Like
Not all
just
states have the money for that. Our
then
state
give
does
them the
that.
money
So then-
for it. What's
so
the
then
problem? We have so much money invested in the
Where
military.
did they get the money?
How about
Well, we
What if-
where do they get it for the military?
Everyone the money to have
They
borderless
print the
states.
money. What are you talking
America
about?
already doesn't
This-
want to pay for NATO.
Hold on.
Key choosing the military-industrial
don't
complex is
print
separate
it.
from border discussions.
Well,
Money's
do you not
made
know how
up.
They print the money. That's going to dilute their economy.
Money's
and
made
that's
up.
gonna
No,
make the money worthless.
no,
Oh
money's made up.
my God.
Security cameras can exist in absence of money. Just give them the
They
security
can produce.
cameras.
Well, there's some places that don't have the wealth to produce produce their own security cameras with
Okay.
their own factories.
They have something
dude.
to produce
then
something with. They can provide something.
can't just
So
give
Have
it
the
to them.
ability to do that.
why can't you just
You
give
know
it
what?
to
They
them?
could
Don't-
detooth their military
Okay.
industrial
Give it to
complex,
them.
and look at that, they have the money.
Okay, how about
A,
this? What?
a national organization should just go up to this place and give it to them just because they want to support no
Okay,
borders.
what if that area produces
what- so
coffee?
the- so
How?
we're
Oh, hold
not-
on one second. Sorry, I know I'm talking a lot right now. I haven't got to talk a lot the past couple hours. What if that nation, that area, produces coffee? How about that? Can they produce coffee and get a security camera so that their coffee bean farm doesn't get raided? Is that okay?
What if they don't want the coffee?
Well, they can
What
try
are you
and
talking
What if they
about?
don't make enough money?
You,
through
I
commercial
presume
means,
you want the
but
coffee, or
unless they
somebody
have a
that you
vote,
know
they'd
wants
have
it.
to do it with local nations. If those local nations are hostile.
If
Who's
we
to
just
say-
detooth
who's to
everyone's
say-
military industrial complex like all leftists already want to happen, is this a big issue?
4 minutes.
Well,
yes,
that's
it
not
would
gonna
because
happen.
you're gonna. It wouldn't happen
It wouldn't
unless you
Tell
nationalize
Russia
it.
to stop.
Unless you
Tell,
nationalize it.
Nobody's
yeah,
against.
tell
nobody's
Russia to
arguing
stop
against
having a military.
defense. Nobody in this
Wait,
panel
is that what we
arguing against
said at all?
defense
Wait,
as a
really quickly, is that
concept.
what we said?
Okay, but I'm trying to.
Or
Again,
did we say
you
to
guys are
detooth the
arguing for
military industrial
borderless con.
complex, which is an entirely different concept?
Okay, you can advocate for those systems. You can advocate for those ideas, but you have
Yeah, but you said it's a
nations
fever
like
dream,
Russia.
so I'm telling you, in this instance in which
Yeah.
this
It
was
is,
achieved
I'm trying to
by
explain.
Americans or even
explain.
other leftists around the world.
I'm trying to explain.
No, can I finish my
So a
question?
good
Please? Can I at
Let
least
James,
finish my
hold
question?
on, let James finish real quick, and then Warmish, you reply.
So I'm saying, in a hypothetical in which, by whatever means, let's assume that leftists around the world have managed to secure power and have decided we're going to drop borders as well as detooth our military industrial complex. What keeps the Russo-Ukrainian war being what keeps it an issue?
Marxist-Leninists, and people that generally believe that their identity should be shared.
Truth.
Okay, well, Marxist-Leninists are a fucking joke.
Not only are they a huge minority, but I don't think they're leftists. I don't think they're.
They exist. They exist.
They are
and they're a
considered.
joke.
So the problem is they are considered the left, whether you want to admit it or not. MLs
No,
are
like
considered
they
a part of
act
the left because they
as
wanted the mainstream.
fascists.
They are, but they are. They're leftists. They are left.
Okay, regardless.
Even if they are on the left,
Regardless,
there are
I-
a number
Okay,
of things that
I
they are
could care less about this. I could care.
Hold on. Even if we were to go, even if we were going about and use the example of, but Marxist-Leninists exist, there are a number of things that Marxist-Leninists are wrong about, completely and utterly. There are a number of things about Marxism-Leninism that I completely disagree with them on.
Sure.
And
Okay, there's
Can we just say what if anarchists have it?
There's Titoists, there's Hosherites, there's Maoists. Yeah, there's
Here,
Maoists, there's
real quick,
Hosherites, there's Titoists, there's Ho Chi
Warmish,
Minh.
I will
there's
amend the question
a
just
lot of
for
school
you.
thought.
Warmish, just for your
Yeah.
fifis, I will amend the question. All right, if anarchists
I mean, it's your
somehow
fifis.
manage
You're
to
gonna make
seize-
a make-up dream.
That was cold, man.
No, I said in the same hypothetical. Now anarchists have taken over, right? Have
Listen,
secured power,
no,
and they
you
say,
guys are.
Hold on, I want to hold on,
Hold
I want to acknowledge something
I'm not gonna take
important.
this seriously because it's
Hold
never
on.
gonna happen.
Hold on, I want to acknowledge something important. I understand, right? As Luna, you live in Ukraine or Warmish? Which one of you? Both?
No.
Somebody
No.
did. I thought somebody did. Okay, but you're talking about the Ukrainians. So I understand from a Ukrainian standpoint, right? I think it's somebody in chat. Sorry, I got you confused. Yeah, sorry. But I understand from that standpoint why you want a border between you and Russia. I get that. Okay? I'm not saying tear down the border now and let Russia run rampant in Ukraine. But first of all, the border didn't seem to help you that much. I'm just saying, like, Russia did invade.
Damn.
You know? Like, they invaded. They ignored the border. They ignored the border. So what? So
That's a good point from Alec. If the border exists for security purpose, then what is the point of that security if they could just be overridden by another country? If another does that then mean that country has more of a right to that land than the other country? That's fucking ridiculous.
So we just disband it and just instead of
for genocide.
Okay,
Let them
listen. So
respond,
instead
and
of
then
like
we're gonna move on.
resisting like invasion, we just open the doors. Is that what you're saying?
I am not
Because
arguing.
it really sounds like it.
We are
Nobody on this
arguing-
panel is.
We are arguing like a hypothetical right now, which let's say anarchists managed to seize control over what we currently refer to as a state, and they say no to the military industrial. And now what? What do they say? What do you? What
Russia
media
is
I
gonna
don't
try and
know.
take over
I'd
this
have a
country.
million. I'd have $1 million. I'd have a unicorn. Like what the hell?
Okay,
I'm just
everybody stop.
asking for the sake of
Again,
the
this is
hypothetical.
futility shit.
Everybody
I
stop. We
don't-
got to pull up a new person. So I believe we don't have any pro-open borders waiting. We do have 3 anti-open borders waiting. So we have to knock out 1 anti-open borders person. That's going to be
Yeah.
Goofball, Warmish, or Luna. Please vote in the Discord server if you are there. Goofball, Warmish, or Luna. Vote who is
I
going to
can
be
step
dropped.
down. Yeah.
You want to step down voluntarily?
Oh, Luna said she'll drop.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll step down.
Never mind. We are dropping Luna. Thank you very much, Luna, for coming up. All right, next.
Thank you, Luna.
We're going to drop the timer to 10 minutes. I
Dang, no
apologize,
poll.
but
I was
we're...
gonna say I also
Well, hold
drop
on.
out.
Oh,
I'll see y'all later.
who's dropping out?
Okay, we got 2 up now.
Yeah, I'm dropping out, guys. I
Okay.
just,
Down, we're up.
was
Cool.
gonna
Get
say it
Vornok
after
in
the
here.
poll,
Get
just because I
Vornok.
wanted to see
Get
if I wanted
Vornok.
to.
All right, thank you, Goofball. Okay,
Yeah.
Get
we're going to
Vornok.
pull up
Get Kitty. Get
Tasselhoff.
Kitty.
No, I believe Tasselhoff, and then was it Kitty next? Tasselhoff and Kitty, and then Colonel after that.
Yeah. Vernok's
All
gonna
right.
be keeping borders.
It's like I said in side chat. They fear me. They fear my debate prowess.
They do.
Okay, so
Vernok, let's go.
All right.
thank you very much for coming up. We have Kitty and Grime. You're going to go. Excuse me. We'll let you go first, and then Tasselhoff will let you go after that, and then we'll open up for discussion.
So, can I go?
Yes, you may go.
So, for as much as I love sitting in the sidelines, as I see a bunch of people living completely across the world from my country talking about it, it seems that you miss the idea. For anybody who says that borders did not protect us, I want you to look at history, because when there was no borders between Russia and Ukraine, at every single opportunity in more than 300 years, Russia has oppressed us, betrayed us, killed us, and a whole host of other things, including multiple ethnic cleansings, multiple genocides, and not just to us. You can look at the Caucasian War and the Circassian Genocide, what happened in Georgia, what happened in Central Asia. And by the way, when there were no borders in Central Asia, and it was only Russia, they conducted nuclear tests there that have caused permanent ecological disaster. But I guess borders don't matter, even though you do have states like this. What Luna was saying was not incorrect. It's actually worse than you think. Like, if you're going to say things like this, at least in history, like, there's a reason that borders exist in this case. One, people want them to exist, right? Like, if we did not want borders to exist, right, we would not have voted for independence. If Americans even, right, because you're American, did not want borders, your ancestors would have never fought for them to exist. Why aren't you part of the UK then? There is a reason for that. And on and on and on. Like, you can't just abolish these things, like, without anyone's consent. Nobody wants this stuff. People like living in their countries. People like having their communities, and there's a reason for that. A lot of people hate each other, and a lot of things have been done bad in history, and a lot of things have not gone very well. And there's a point where it should just be accepted that yes, people want to live in their own countries, in their own communities. I don't get how this is so bad to change.
Okay, thank you, Kitty and Crime. I'll be happy to respond to you. Tasselhoff, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a few questions because I'm trying to figure out where the no borders thing where the limit is on that. So could another country fly over another country without any questions or anything like that?
You're missing the point. The concept. You're missing the point. That like you may as well be asking, can an aircraft from Ohio fly over Oklahoma? Which of course the answer is yes. Why not?
Okay, well I can't. Okay, let me. Okay.
If we're talking about surveillance if we're talking about spying, surveillance over another country, if that's what you're implying.
Okay, real quick, Tasselhoff, and then we're opening it up for discussion.
Okay. Sorry, it was a little
That's okay.
shocker for me, but I'm ready to talk. Sorry.
You didn't talk for long. It's okay.
So if we are going to imagine that states having, you know, the version of states having borders versus countries having borders, it's not the same thing at all. We have different, you know, different states are working in unison versus different countries may not always be working in unison and may have very, very different agendas that might be working against one another. It's too hostile of an environment for open borders on the same level of state. You know, they have different, like we have different laws and we have different ways of life than hypothetically Mexico, and so we can set limits and control, you know, certain entering and exits of a border, but there's there's security for a reason in these regards. The same thing is if you were um, you would hold other states accountable if there were, like, if you were moving a and let's say it's an inmate, you're moving an inmate from one state to another. um, you need to make sure that that inmate is, like, let's say, I'm trying to think of a good example here.
Hmm?
um, when that let me hang on, let me
Yeah.
backtrack for a second
Try to
because
bring this
I
around.
don't know where I was. Yeah. Let me get I lost where I was going with that one.
That's okay.
So we
Bottom line.
we have these borders for a reason because every country is got other countries that don't have their interest at heart. So you have security to make sure that those countries aren't going to harm your country.
Okay. I'll let somebody else respond if they'd like.
Oh, come on,
Okay,
Alec,
so
you
there's a
haven't gotten anything
number.
in a hot minute. Come on.
Sure.
Think of yourself, Alec. You haven't done
Okay.
anything in a
I'm
hot
happy to. Listen. I like, why can't everybody be like the United States? Why can we not just have Mexico be like a state of the world? You know, and then like the United States is a state of the world,
know,
and then like why not? Like if you think about it, right? It's all socially constructed.
not everyone
We're
be
just talking
Russian?
about, right? Long term, this is what we're working toward, right? Like just being able to travel freely between land masses. I don't understand the problem.
Yeah. So I have a
Well,
couple of things to respond to with regards to the opening statements. Kitty, one of the things that you said with regards to borders was the fact that people just naturally hate each other. People just naturally want to be with their own groups of people. People just naturally want to do this and that and that. My question: if borders are a means of people containing their own culture, they are preferable to who as a security measure. Sure. Why is it that historically speaking, countries have overridden those borders? Why is it that they have essentially demolished those borders, established new ones time and time again? Why is there a constant change of borders? He's not entirely upon culture, but who is in charge of whatever landmass has arbitrarily been given a border at the time.
well, this is a different topic because, like, obviously, there's a lot
No,
of
it
history here,
pertains to
right?
this. Yeah, it
Well,
pertains
yes,
to this
but
one. If we're going to
well,
talk
there is a
history,
simple answer.
historically,
There is
Let him respond.
Well, no, there is a simple answer to it, right? And that's a simple answer because and I do not want to get into the history of, especially before the 19th century, and how countries were created then. But basically, the idea that countries and states should be based on nations and not on something like religion is a fairly recent phenomenon. This is true. However, when you get into the perspective of why it came about, is not necessarily that recent. Borders change all the time. But again, looking at history, the same border changes. One group will go to another group, they will take them over, and they will commit mass atrocities. That is one of the big reasons for national awakenings, because people wanted rights. People stopped wanting to be treated like they are,
Okay.
cattle to people who do not speak the language and do not have
Who
anything to
are
do with them.
who are you afraid will do that to you?
Who am I afraid? The same people have doing it for over 300 years. Russians,
Which is
the
who?
same people
Russians. Okay,
want to do
every
it now.
Russian, every single Russian, right? Every one of them.
If over 70% want it,
Just a few of
what do I
them.
care about the 30%?
Just a few of them, right? Just a few?
Just a few, like for what? Anti or pro?
No. I'm asking you. How many Russians?
Stephanie's
All
not
of them?
few.
Because you said not all of them. You said 70%, right?
70%?
Okay, 70% of
70%,
every
yeah,
single person in
good for-
Russia wants to come in and take over what's yours, right? Every single one. It's 70% of every single one of those 70%, right?
Well,
No.
yeah, 70
Oh, no.
That's
Well, what's the percentage
so
then?
with regards to the
It's 70% of Russians who support the so-called special
Okay, so
military
let's talk
Okay,
about
operation.
the
so 70%.
really quickly. So the 70% thing. I know this is going to be a little bit off topic, but 70%. But okay, 70% of Russians want to invade Ukraine. And Russia is an authoritarian country. They do not think that there is.
I'm not. This census doesn't come from Russia. It comes from the Levada Center, which is not based in Russia.
Okay.
It is an
Again, if
independent
you were to
center.
interview a population of an authoritarian country that is currently invading another country, where there are penalties, including violence from the state, to people who do not follow that line, do you not think that more people would be more? Do you not think that people would be agreeable to that regime if they're?
Do you think this
there's
matters to
penalties for
me?
that?
Like, think about it. Do you think this matters to me?
Okay, my question.
I mean, it matters when we're talking.
Hold
It
on.
matters when we're talking about an authoritarian state. Yes.
Hold on. I'm going somewhere with this. So 30% of Russians, you trust 30% of Russians to not want to do that to you, right? 30%.
Well, 30% at least don't care. That is at least.
So they wouldn't do that, presumably. They wouldn't do that to you. They just let you live and let live, right?
I just don't think they would care. They would.
Right. Okay. So they just are
No,
regular
they
ass
would
people,
like
right?
Any political.
Right. Okay. So they're just regular ass people. So you trust 30% of Russians to not do that to you. What makes those 30% of Russians different?
They just don't care. That's what makes them different. I
Okay.
mean,
So how
there are
can?
some
So why
who
don't they
are
care?
politically active against it. But
I bet
Why
just
not?
need to get a drink.
Why don't they care?
more simply put, they are apathetic. They are depoliticized. They
Okay.
are like they have no. Like,
Or
they
under
think that
threat of
this
the
is not
state to
something that.
outright disagree.
Yeah.
Okay. So we
No,
have
they
to.
are apathetic. Like, do
Okay.
not.
So we have to find a way to make most of them apathetic to this, right? Think we could do that?
No,
They aren't
no,
going
no,
to be.
why
They aren't
not?
going to be.
Most
30% of them already are.
On the, wait, Alec. He's trying to say that 30% of these Russians are neutral on the genocide of Russians.
No, he's saying
wants
no.
to be
He's saying they're
okay,
apathetic.
so what I am.
Yeah,
What
he-
I am saying,
yeah, that-
what I'm saying bluntly is, and this is a hard one to say because it is complex. Of those 70% of Russians that support the special military operation, probably a minority actually ideologically support it. The vast
Okay.
majority are still apathetic, but in a way that, well, it's like they hear, okay, support it, so they support it, right? There's not much thinking involved in that. It's the same thing.
Exactly.
When, people hear, oh, like murder is wrong, right? But for the 30%, most of those are people who are apathetic in a different way. They simply don't care. They think that maybe it's ridiculous propaganda, but they're not going to do anything about it. This means that they're fundamentally worthless in this equation because even if they don't support it, they're still complicit. It's not like they're doing anything to stop it, even if they're things are going on. Maybe they just don't because they just don't care. And that's the thing is that Kitty can Kitty can talk about it's an authoritarian state all he wants, but don't forget that in 1993
Yeah, authoritarian
Russians
states are
chose
ones that prioritize
dictatorship.
either
Okay.
outright support or
Russians
out-
chose
Hold on.
dictatorship.
Hold on. We're gonna let. Hold on.
over
We're gonna let.
parliamentary democracy.
We're gonna let Kitty finish real quick, and then I gotta introduce the new person.
What does that matter?
Hold on, Kitty, finish.
In 1993, Russians chose dictatorship with Yeltsin over the parliamentary democracy. Then in 2000, they overwhelmingly elected Putin. They have continued to support Putin throughout this. They do not have a concept of politics. Russians have told me over and over again when I speak to them that they do not need democracy. Like they, on and on. Right? there is a point where like it doesn't matter if they outright support it or not. It doesn't even matter if they don't. The fact that they're not doing anything means more
Okay, so
than
Hold on.
anything.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I
okay,
don't
so
want to.
Hold
okay,
on.
so
Hold
let
on.
Colonel
Hold
do
on.
the
Hold on. Hold on.
introduction,
Hold on,
and
Kitty.
I'll
Hold
respond to
on.
that.
Hold on. Kitty, you finished?
Mhm.
Okay. Real quick.
Well, I was just going to say last
Okay.
sentence. This is why.
All right.
Mhm.
Go ahead. Wrap it up.
Go. Oh, okay. I was just going to say this is the like reason that comes down to it, and even when going and even when talking about the history of Russian Empire and Soviet Union, I in no case ever neither would I want my children, neither my grandchildren to be in the same country as these people. We like they are too different, and they've proven that they're maliciously different.
Okay. What we're going to do.
Okay, so
Hold
let me
on.
get so
And our Kitty, I will let you reply. Hold on. We got to
Mhm.
introduce Colonel. He just came in, or they just came in. I don't know the gender. All right,
all right,
Colonel. Go
yeah,
ahead. Tell us about your
Hello.
position on open borders.
Yeah, I'm anti-open border. And yeah, I can elaborate on it, but
Please do.
should I? Or
Yes, and then we will open up the
okay.
discussion. We will be. Hold on. Excuse me. We will be taking no more guests after this. I am going to end in about 25 minutes.
Okay.
Go on.
The reason I'm anti-borders is because historically the majority of wars we had were territorial, and we're about expanding borders, and and I think people miss the point where like borders fundamentally changed time, like the way they are in the modern times, and and I think that's in the feudal period. Feudal lords did think on borders because they wanted to establish who owns which farmers basically, and who owns which territory. It's not a thing that mattered to like the workers, the farmers. And currently, I think we're in the same situation, but we are led to believe that it matters to us who owns which land, and we do not actually pretty much like really own any land physically. We just believe that we do, and the same way we like trick ourselves into believing this, we can reverse this and ultimately avoid having to like fight over things that are pretty arbitrary. I think it's and there's this point that keeps coming back, like, oh, if we open up the borders, we're gonna end up in this fight, or we're gonna have these wars come, like these people come into our countries and cause it. This has been the state of humanity, like for the majority of the existence of humans. We've been always without borders. We just became with borders like recently, and in this recent time, we had the two worst wars in history. I don't think borders are uh, are an indicator of a good state of human society. It's just
So
you know it's
you're
okay.
pro open borders then.
Yeah, I'm pro open borders. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got mixed up a bit. Sorry.
That's all right. You know what? That's fine. I'll take a break. You five can go at it. I gotta go to the bathroom anyway. Open discussion.
okay.
Go.
Sure.
So my question to Kitty would be this: Yes, I generally so to to so first things first. None of the stuff that I'm saying is none of the stuff that I was saying was meant to like downplay any of Kitty's experiences as not an anarchist, but a Ukrainian. And basically, basically, I wanted to address the whole they chose the leadership. They, you know, they've proven to us that they're okay. The Palestinian people voted in Hamas in like around 2006 ish. Does that just I'd wager that people here would probably not say that bombing them for what is it now 2 year is at this point is a justified response to anything that government has done.
I don't know. A Palestinian with a rock looked pretty menacing yesterday.
Very true. You know, my entire argument's been destroyed. It
And also, I know
leftist
a
ethically
couple of
owned once
Zionists
again.
inside chat. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Okay, look. for the majority
But
of
no,
time.
broadly
like, the
speaking, we
country-
wouldn't blame every single Palestinian child with a rock for being Hamas if we're not
Yes.
stupid.
No, look,
Yeah,
that's the
that's my
thing.
point.
When people encompass into a border, you basically put them in a huge box that like allows you to just frame them under a certain like characteristic or something. Like, oh, those people are fundamentally different. They have a fundamental different belief system, or they have a fundamental different. Unless you believe in that way, which is really like either racist or black or white, or if it's that way of thinking that you have, I think you should review your morals, right? But if you think that people are like intrinsically good, like they have, like they're not always having tendencies of being more, aggressive or whatever, you're at least gonna have to think that borders should not be like closed all the time, you know. And even if you are thinking a stance of security, let's say you have this looser borders, right? I'm a Sudanese person, right? And
Mhm.
I've been subjugated in my country, right? And this subjugation that I see, like when you are in a situation where like you're fleeing from war, I think having a checkpoint stop you from like escaping from like persecution. I think that's detrimental to your security. You know, if you
It
want to be
is.
secure, you have to be able to flee out
Are you
of this
pro open
situation.
border?
I am pro open border. That's what I'm saying. I'm
Hell yeah.
saying it's better
So,
for us to
like,
have
there's
an
4
open
of
border.
us then. It's a 4v2. This is kind of not.
Yeah.
The...
No.
Tasselhoff, do you want to say something?
So I mean, I'm trying to. Y'all are all for open borders. So,
Yeah, it's
I look at it like this: like borders are the basics. So when Alec was talking about when you look back in time, we've had borders back then, and haven't we grown as a species? Yes, we have grown as a species. Our medical field is a thing now where it wasn't really. I mean, it was so backwards back then; it wasn't even really a thing. But in some ways, the basics of there are good ideas that can come back from the past that are not something we need to toss away. And one of them would be borders. Like, there's a reason why they had castle walls up. There's a reason why they had a checkpoint. They didn't want to have spies enter into their castle and set it up for an easy attack. If they just didn't have walls, let's say, for example, if they didn't have walls,
Why were they worried
would
about
be
being
like
attacked?
they would be like the many villages that didn't have any kind of protections that were just annihilated constantly. They wanted
Okay,
to
really
set.
quickly, why were they worried about being? Wait, why are these castles that were erected? Why are they worried about being attacked at all?
Because of humanity. That is just how we are. Yep, that's
I don't
why.
think that's just how we are. Do you think so little of the
it was
human race?
like
Yes, the human
here's
race
the
is
thing about this
inherently
field of
going to
humanity.
fight
Humans
each
are a
other.
lot
We
of
always have fought each other. That's just how we are.
I
That
don't
is
think that's
okay,
always
so
true.
going
here's
to
my
be a
thing
thing.
about
I don't think that's true. I don't think so little
so
of the human race. I actually think we're quite capable of developing a
by the way, Alec, if you're
structural
trying to
or
say something, you're
a
muted.
structural framework
Sorry.
in which we can. Oh, sorry, what?
Oh, I was telling Alec that he was
It sure
muted.
would help
Oh
if
no,
I
yeah, you
unmuted,
first.
wouldn't it? I have a question. It's gang up on Tasselhoff time. So just quick question, and then I'll shut up. Whose castle do you want to storm?
Oh, that's the thing. I would like to imagine that all of us here are maybe set apart, but we actually genuinely want the betterment of humanity. But not everyone is that way.
Okay, just wondering.
I would say
People are like
the
that,
vast
and
majority
are
of
they able to
people are
fill
that
that
way.
position?
I'm sorry, y'all. We're talking over each other. I can't.
One at
I
a
was gonna
time,
ask,
guys.
are those people,
One
are
at a
those
time.
people
It's going to
able?
be tricky. About 15 minutes, by the way. I'll shut up.
Yeah. Also, are we gonna be able to do any closing statements after, or no?
Yeah, we'll do 10 more minutes of open discussion, and then we'll do closing arguments, and then we'll call it a night.
Okay, heck yeah.
10 minutes.
Heck yeah. I just wanted to make sure. But in response to that, I would just have to ask, do you believe that these people who aren't like that, quote unquote, are like so far gone that we couldn't convince them to take a more peaceful approach? Are they unconvincible?
Well, that's a tough one because war is not always so like war, there are
Whoa.
well, I mean, we're talking about taking of territory and or storming another territory. There had to have been
Yeah, we're saying what stops
leading
you,
up
like
to a war, and then you have to understand like why was that? Why did they attack that castle? Was there a
no, we're
good
asking
motive?
you. We were asking you if you would want to storm one, and then you said, and then we said,
No,
well,
no,
why doesn't
but
everyone
what
think
if
like that? You said
you have
not
to
everyone
start
thinks
asking
like that.
what ifs? What if
No,
a country came in and they stole all
I'm
your
saying
women?
who doesn't think like that?
So then
I'm
now
saying who
you are going to
doesn't
want to
think like
storm their
that?
castle.
But wait,
Say what?
the disillusionment of borders would necessarily entail the disillusionment of country. Because there would still probably be powers aggressing upon one another, but it wouldn't be on the level of like the countries aggressing upon one another.
Not only that, I'm just trying to ask because you said there were people who weren't like us, to quote Kendrick a little bit. So who are these people not like us, and are we unable to convince them otherwise?
Well, I mean, we all know without even.
Wait, no,
There
not this gesture, not this
like
gesture of
hostile.
like,
Like
oh,
if
we
How do
know.
we
I want to know.
how do we intuitively
I
reason
don't
that?
know. I don't know.
all
Actually,
right,
can you tell
let's
me?
set an example. All right, I'm just going to set an example just for the sake of us moving forward. If we sent a letter to North Korea and said, "Hey, we don't have borders anymore," do you think they
I
would
would assume North
act on
Korea
that,
wouldn't have
or
borders either. I would
do you
assume
think
North
that they
Korea
would
wouldn't
just,
have borders either.
walk right in and take us?
No, North Korea wouldn't have a border
Again,
either.
Again, the dissolution of borders necessarily entails dissolution of countries as entities.
Right. So this
There
is
would be no
really
concept
coming
of
down to
country.
an open. I mean, this is a one world order argument. Then is this not?
Yeah, let's say
Not
it's, just for the sake of argument,
necessarily.
it's like Futurama. They have a president of Earth, and that's it.
I'm not necessarily like like one world one world order. I'm more so necessarily like okay, we should have a society that is as free of hierarchy as we can possibly make it. And that's basically where my anarchism is.
That sounds
So
like y'all are wishing for a utopia that doesn't exist. I'm just telling y'all plainly.
You
like,
wish for meritocracy, right? You wish for people to be paid what they're worth.
yeah,
That's
Yeah,
kind of a
it-
utopia in of itself.
think
We not
about
still want to strive for that.
So what I'm trying to get at here is like there are borders for a
I'm trying to
reason,
argue
and
you wish for utopia
somebody's
as well.
going to have to, in order for if you want to start something, someone has to initiate it, right? Like, so what country is going to initiate no borders? And then if it goes
I thought
badly,
it'd be a global coalition.
are we going to go?
honestly
Oh,
give
that
it
was a
to
bad idea.
Here, if you want the answer, I think a global coalition of leftists could possibly make it happen at relatively the same time in such a fashion and take advantage of it. Do you disagree?
So you're saying a coalition of leftists? Where are they going to go? Is it going to
I'm
be
saying
in
around
some
the
place
world.
in Africa, someplace nobody wants?
I'm saying around the world. We could probably take over. I'm saying with enough people on the left, we could definitely do it to a majority of countries in such quick succession that nobody would be able to take advantage.
Nobody would be able to take advantage.
I don't think so. Not with how fast I think it could possibly happen if there were enough leftists.
I feel like as much as I like where this conversation is going, we've kind of veered off into like okay,
a
how
bit,
would this
yeah.
society
I want to at least get past the
more-
whole utopian bullshit because it is theoretically possible within our means to do so.
It's more or less like what arguments do we have for or against is what I
Yeah,
what
I would
assume
prefer that too. I want to get past the
let's
utopian things
let's
that
let
we have a
Tasselhoff.
So the
hypothetical
reason I
future
mentioned the
Go ahead.
utopian thing is that because that sounds kind of Marxist utopian wish thinking is what it sounds
I do like Marx, yes. I do like Marx, but
Think
you
about
also
this.
believe in
Think of it this
utopia,
way.
as we've already established with the idea of meritocracy, right?
Yeah.
Think of it this way.
I kind of saw that
Us
Marxism thing
humans
going on.
only have borders because we believe they exist. You know, we just by ourselves we think of them as existent. Birds don't care that borders exist. Animals don't care. We only care because we understand that this place I do not cross because X. You know what I mean? It's basically that if
5 minutes.
people just agree that they just agree that they don't want borders, it's just gonna by default disappear. He's talking about what happens after that. We agree that borders.
My biggest problem with that is, like, for example, my body has borders, right? Like, I'm not over there, I'm right here, right? So
Are you
Yeah, there
sure?
are 8 billion people
in
on
the
Earth.
same respect, a country has
8
its
billion
borders,
8
like
billion
it's
borders.
a living thing, a living entity.
A Buddhist Zen master would disagree with you. I'm just letting you know.
But then we get another question.
No,
What would be
I
the
don't think I
point of
caught that
having
one.
a border if they're not? What would be the point of having borders if they're not set?
Hello?
Right, because a lot of the arguments for the security aspects
Oh, my bad.
basically kind of presuppose that these borders are set as they are right now. And there's going to be minimal to no change. What if they're so fluid as they've been in history? What is the point of having them?
Conversational hazard. You all have to deal with it. Like a
Oh, yes,
banana in
I
Mario
was saying
Kart.
I blocked your driveway.
That
Yeah, my
that's
mother
kind of
said
irrelevant
I
because
blocked
it's
your
a
driveway.
border that not only that country respects, but other countries respect it as well, and say, "Oh, well, that's the
Say a
start
country
of
disrespects
America,
that border.
or that's the start of China." And if they
Yeah,
have a
no, you
dispute
know what?
there, they
Say
can
they don't
dispute it
respect that border,
themselves.
like Russia doesn't respect Ukraine's borders.
Oh yeah, well,
What
of
then?
course, but they know when they're in Ukraine. You see what I'm saying?
As far as Russia is concerned, it's all Russia. They're fighting.
Well, they
They're
go.
getting
Let's put it
Russian
this
land
way: they
back.
go over there shooting because they know it's not Russia. Otherwise, they don't shoot Russians. They
No,
don't
because
shoot Russians.
these are
The
a group
Russian
of
government is
dangerous
Russia.
rebels who are seeking to destroy the Russian border itself. They're trying to destroy the Russian border by calling it a separate country. Do you disagree?
Wait, run that by me again.
That's what Russia thinks. They think that these people are a group of rebels trying to destroy their border.
Who says that? Who? What are you
Russia.
talking about?
The
They
Russian
say that
government.
Ukraine is a bunch. Yeah, the Russian government. These are a bunch of dirty rebels who are destroying our border and our way of life.
Yeah, well, that's coming from Russia. That's
Okay, but that's what they
who
say.
cares?
Who's to say that Russian claim to land isn't as valid? Who's to say?
If we just started, what do you? I'm just trying to figure out here.
We're asking
to
about
make a
in the
pro-Russia
case of
argument.
in the case of border disputes, how do we settle them?
How do we settle a border dispute? Either in
'cause
court
right now,
or you.
like, no, because there are pieces of land right now that are fought over.
Yeah, physically fought over.
Yeah, like even just small pieces of land. That's why borders specifically, I think around. Am I wrong to say around Egypt are just like completely fucked? It's somewhere like that. I can't remember the exact location.
But the whole point of it, though, is that you have, Russia in its borders working, or should be working, within a way to better Russia, right? Or any other country. They are their own separate. They've chosen to be a separate entity. If the leftists
No, they didn't.
want
They
to,
said that Ukraine was part of them. Ukraine was part of them, and Ukraine split off. How do we know that's not the
right?
case?
But what I'm saying is, like, if the leftists wanted to collect and come together and create, create something that's borderless, I guess, for the sake of moving forward. So they don't have borders, right? It's just, I guess, where their bodies are at. That's where their utopia is. Where is it going to be? Is it going to be within another country's borders, or you see what I'm saying? Like, everything
No, I'm
functions off
asking
borders.
you
So how are you going to do that?
in your world, how
30
do we know
seconds.
that Russia is lying?
I'm sorry?
In your world, how do we know that Russia is lying about Ukraine being a bunch of rebels trying to
That's where we have been helping Ukraine. I don't know where my point is I don't really have much of a hat in that one, because I don't really care how the whole Russia or Ukraine thing goes. I would like to see Ukraine,
All right.
come out ahead, but it's not really my cup of tea.
All right, everybody stop. Everybody stop. Good show, jolly good show. I'm gonna skip my outro, my closing argument, because I feel like it's just gonna be a repeat of what the other three say, and we don't need that. But I do want to give the other three an opportunity to give their closing argument. And since Tasselhoff was so gracious just to go 1v3 this entire time, I will give you the closing statement. Let's start with James, Anarkitty, Colonel, and then we'll go Tasselhoff. James, go ahead.
Yes, I first want to thank Alec for having me. It is
And feel free
very
to show
awesome
yourselves
to-
too if you have platforms.
Thanks, I was just about to ask.
Yeah.
No, I do appreciate the opportunity since obviously, as you know, I have a incredibly small channel as of right now. But that being said, as it pertains to the conversation, I think overall, we've very clearly established the fact that even in Tasselhoff's own society, as well as the others previously on the panel, they don't know how to settle these disputes with borders. If they knew, then they could have solved this Russia-Ukraine thing overnight, theoretically. And all we've been able to argue thus far is whether or not this is some kind of utopia, which very clearly it isn't. And even if it were, we would have to argue that like meritocracy shouldn't be something we strive for. That being said, I will just open up the floor since there's going to be a lot of agreement on this panel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. Anarkitty, go for it. Give you 2 minutes.
All right. I guess for show purposes, everybody can go follow me. I'm Anarkitty on Twitter. It's a different @ handles, which I cannot change for some reason. So there's that. I have like about 5 followers on there. Hopefully somebody can make it 6 or maybe even 10. But in regards to my opening statements, or rather closing statement, I guess the point that I'm trying to get at is that borders as a concept are completely moot. They don't. You can argue that they exist for security purposes, but that kind of, goes out the window when we talk about what if a country decides to impede upon that other border? What if that country decides that place that has its own borders is its rightful land? And how are we to say that is an invalid argument? And when I talk about borders, I talk about them from like an ownership perspective, based off of in this current society, who owns what land is in this border, and I think the answer to that should be nobody. There should not be ownership of land. There should be people having autonomy regarding the land that they live on, but it shouldn't translate into ownership. That's basically my 2 cents about it.
Beautiful. All right, Colonel, 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's just that people misunderstand the majority of the time, like what borders are for. They think of it, they identify with people identify with their country, even though they do not necessarily share everything with everyone in that country. But then people also forget that borders matter most not to like you or me, but to the financial elite or to like people with the most power, and those are people who are interested in agitating wars or making us fight for their sake against another collection of people who like are also like lumped up together awkwardly. So it's pretty pointless, basically. I think of the borders that way. If we realize that, we're gonna have like a better time, I guess. Thank you.
Okay. And Tasselhoff, 2 minutes.
Okay. I just putting it all together because it's a lot of thoughts bouncing there. But
Okay, I can give you a little
I
extra
think the
time
reason
since
before
you're the only anti-open borders.
Yeah.
There. 3 minutes.
I think we have to have borders. We have to have that security, so that we can establish a better understanding of how many people are in this country. Are these people actually like, for example, America? Are these Americans that are in this country? We have to establish that. If we had open borders, you're going to have a flow, or you could have anything could go wrong. You could have people stepping right into your country to work against your country. You could have large amounts of people moving in. You could have aircraft going over that country that intend harm. anything could go wrong with that. Now, granted, I understand that y'all are trying to talk about this as if it's a future goal where all countries do not have borders and we all work in this peaceful manner and humanity somehow steps out of the reality that has been forever. That's a wonderful thought. It would be great, but this is this is the reality that we live in. Now, as far as like disputes over borders, I definitely do think that it would be great if all the countries could come together and get a more thorough understanding of borders, and settle disputes over borders and come to some form of an agreement. And maybe that's something that we'll eventually see in our lifetime. But again, we're not there yet. But we are way better off than we were even 100 years ago, as far as borders being better respected. And we can always hope that things will continue to get better. But I don't see within our lifetime or even our children's lifetime a borderless society.
Okay, thank you very much. Alrighty, guys, thank you very much for participating. Really appreciate it. Give me free content. It's great. Love that. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. I'm going to be playing League of Legends after this, so if you are interested, you can come watch me. Otherwise, if you want to continue this conversation in our illustrious Platinum Politics server, you can go to another voice channel and continue it. If you are not on the server yet, you can type !debate in the chats. If you're watching on the stream, you can join the server. I am now an admin in the server, which is pretty dope. So, please come join. We would love to have you. And we will be doing a debate panel soon on ICE. We will be doing it specifically on ICE, and we will be having, among others, Dylan Burns, myself, critically thinking veteran making his great comeback from retirement, and possibly even Andrew Wilson. Even Andrew Wilson, possibly. Big names. So be there or be square. All right. Andrew Wilson's not confirmed yet, though. We're still working on that.
Everybody.
Okay. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Possibly. I don't know yet. Reached out. I think you did a good Pardon me. I'm still not over my disease. I think you did good, though. All right, League of Legends. Fine match. Ranked mid match. Let's go. Oh, fuck. Put me in, coach. Oh, I gotta change the topic on Twitch. I'll be live tomorrow with some Celeste speedruns. If you all want to see that, there you go. Go follow James with a Z on YouTube. Twitch. Stream info. League of Legends. League. Yes. Hello. Oh, wait. I gotta change the title, too. That would be confusing. You leaguing your legends properly. Click to find out with 2 T's. Put me in, coach. Go away. I think I was too aggro and didn't push enough on the native example. They literally said they moved their borders, meaning they weren't borders to begin with. Yeah, like, the point I was trying to get across is that if it's possible for a small group of people to exist with no borders between them, It is indeed possible for a large group of people to exist with no borders between them. Borders are just shit that we made up. We just made it up one day because we were angry at each other. That's why borders exist, okay? Because we were scared and angry and confused because people hurt each other sometimes, and that sucks. And I get it. But that's mental illness. That is societal mental illness. That's what that is. Okay? I am prescribing borderless for your societal anxiety and PTSD. Lock in. Give me the tentacle boy. I don't think you were aggro. Maybe a little bit. But like, aggro's fine sometimes. Jesus Christ. Please make me not sick anymore. I'll be Christian again, I promise. Orange top, let's go. Oh, fuck. I need Vel'Koz mid. Yes. I thought about Mordekaiser. I think when I do ranked, I would prefer to go Vel'Koz mid. Because Vel'Koz mid, here's the thing, right? You could do really, really shittily as Vel'Koz mid, and I have. But the thing is, it's kind of your fault. Like, I feel like with Mordekaiser, sometimes you're just fucked. But with Vel'Koz, it's very much like, oh, Malzahar? I got this easy. With Vel'Koz, it's very much like if you lose, it's not necessarily all your fault. Like, I've lost with Vel'Koz, and it's sometimes been bullshit. But, like, he's a good support, too. So, like, if you're losing in lane, just build a little support. Do some crowd control and just let other people carry you. For the most part. You know? I gotta start the music up. Let's go. Also gotta upload my latest PB. Early voting in Texas is overwhelmingly blue, by the way. More votes than we've seen in years. That's awesome. Lexus 2026. Man out. Let's put you guys here. Let's put me here. Now that I think about it. Oh, and get rid of this shit. And put this here. Get a little smaller. That's good. That's good. Maybe a little bit. We'll go a little bit. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's good. That's good. Okay, I forgot that minions spawn quickly now. They changed everything. They changed everything! Everything was fine. Why did they change things? I hate change. Don't make me adjust to new things. That's racist. Against me, a white man. Haven't you heard? The white man is being oppressed because they're being introduced to new things. Boink. Oh, fuck you, dude. Okay, Malzahar, I know one thing about him. He's a pusher, so we got to keep up with the push or we're going to lose farm under tower. That's big. That is one thing I know. We got to get rid of... Yeah, okay, we got rid of the shield. We Q as soon as we can. No, come on. Okay, good. Damn it. I am not good at aiming. Aim Labs is free. So close, and I didn't even get the minion. Fuck. Okay, he's pushing hard. We gotta go. We gotta push. No, 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 no! Give. No! Fuck me. Why gotta be that rude? Why you gotta be so rude? Don't you know I'm up to push too? Get fucked. You... How has he fucking avoided every Q shot? Every single one. I'm doing something wrong. At this point, it's me. Son of a bitch. He's just like very good. I think. It's clearly not me. There we go. Okay, I got him. Took a minute, but I got there. Can you not, please, actually? Son of a bitch. He's just really good at predicting those. Oh my god, he's very good. I'm actually kind of scared of him. I thought this was going to be a cakewalk, and that's my fault. I think we got to take him seriously.
That's unexpected.
You can 2v1 this. Okay. Get out. Get out, you dumbass! You fucking idiot, dude. No, no. That's on you. I told your ass to get out.
To date, none have survived preliminary testing.
Sometimes you just gotta let it go, you know? You gotta drop the dead weight. Damn it. Got the big one. As long as I get the big one, we're good. Okay. We farm. We farm. He is very good at what he does, and we farm. Damn it. Yeah, he's real good. Either that or unpredictable. I guess it could be either.
Odd creatures of blood.
Where is he going, dog? Okay, I'm pushing this. I have to.
When bisected, neither path grows back.
Okay, missed one. That's not bad. Where's he at? Okay, there he is. Come on, get the plating, get the plating, get the plating. I thought I could get the plating.
What else?
Oh my god! Yes! Finally! No, no, no! I'm a that guy! Fucking A, man. Hey, can you not? Damn it. Whatever. Ah! How does he do this? Got you. Got you, you bitch. Oh! We canceled each other's ults. I think. Touché. Boink. Damn it.
An enemy has been slain.
I think they're there.
High concentration of
Nope.
subjects. Wonderful.
Who they are. They are eating President Xi. Never thought I'd see you play League. Yeah, I quit for a long time. Oh shit.
An ally has been slain.
All right, James, have a good night. Well, that was shitty. Got him. Take it. Damn it. I was close that time. I'm starting to get a profile on him. See? He likes to move forward. He hesitated that time, but he likes to move forward.
Genders are more easily discerned by the pitch of their cries. Such fascinating evolution.
He wants it. He's thirsty. Oh no. Ah, shit. Got him. I'll take it. Oh shit.
Quite peculiar.
No thanks. Well, I just paid for my tower. Like, I just paid for that with my tower a little bit. Bit of the pillow? Okay, good night.
Shut down.
Thanks for coming. We got another one of these. I wish I TP up, but whatever. It is what it is. We help friends in need, okay? Sometimes we make sacrifices for friends in need. It is what it is.
To date, none have survived preliminary testing.
Got the fucking plating, baby. Let's go. Another? Okay, another? I don't think we're getting another. We're not getting another! No! Oh, that's so rude. Oh, that's so rude. Oh, that's so rude. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you so fucking much. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna kill you. In this game. I cannot believe I let myself fall for that. That was rude as shit. Fucking A, man. Okay, okay, we'll see, we'll see. We'll see who's in charge. We'll see who's got the big swinging dick, okay? God damn it! How do I keep missing? Go away! I don't have the right to be emoting, but I don't care. Ah!
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. What else did I discover? An ally has been slain.
I'm losing way too much health. I knew it. Whatever. Go, 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 go. Oh, fuck me.
Let's see what they're made of.
This guy's too fucking good. God, he like predicts it all the time. How? How? I hate you. I hate you so fucking much. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's just a game.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
High concentration of subjects. Wonderful.
An ally has been slain.
The light here is harsh.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I think this one's over, boys. I hate this Malzahar. What can I build against fucking Malzahar? Magic resist. We need magic resist. We build Quicksilver. Honestly, I don't know. Quicksilver's not a good one, but I don't fucking know, man. It's got to be something. We go AD Vel'Koz.
Your turret has been destroyed.
By the pitch of their cries. Such fascinating evolution.
An enemy has been slain.
Flailing appears to be a universal response.
That was my fault. I'll accept that one. I'm doing this. Honestly. Just support build at this point. Who's doing well? Caitlyn's not. It's gotta be... it's gotta be Ornn. Ornn's gotta carry. We stick with Ornn.
Skeletal, quite peculiar.
I'm staying with Ornn. I don't care.
Enemy rampage. Your turret has been destroyed.
None have survived preliminary testing.
Enemy is unstoppable.
Creatures moving increases during dissection. The pattern is clear.
I'm sticking with Vard. Or with... not with Bard, with, Ornn. He knows what he's doing. We shove it down mid, we race. Oh, fuck me. I'm done, boys. That's okay. I'm doing my best. Should have stuck with Ornn. That was my problem. See, he knows what he's doing. This is not over by a long shot. I know they're a Baron.
Ally has been slain.
Mine.
There is much to learn about this world.
Oh, dragon. Dragon, they're going dragon. We can't contest.
The void. I miss the darkness.
Yep. Sticking with Ornn. He knows what the fuck he's doing.
High concentration of subjects. Wonderful.
Oh, it's bad. This might be a loss, boys. Maybe. That was a really risky move and it did not pay off at all.
An ally has been
Alas.
slain.
Wait, what happened? There we go.
The light here is harsh. Human melting point remains inconsistent.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. You have slain an enemy. An enemy is legendary. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Shut down. Enemy killing spree. Your turret has been destroyed. Has been destroyed. Defeat.
Well, it is what it is. got bored. All right, I think that's good. I'm ending. I don't feel like raiding, so it's just ending. Sorry. I don't really have that many people anyway. If you're still here,